If we wrote the Bible, how did they give it to us? And when I say we, I mean indigenous people, our ancestors, us indigenous people. How many of y'all agree that we wrote the Bible? Put "we wrote it." Type that in the chat room. Put "we wrote it." Now, the thing about that, if we wrote the Bible, then guess what, people? It's time for us to rewrite history. Now, what do I mean by that? History has told us that when the slave master came in contact with our people, he gave us the Bible. One of the biggest things we're taught is that we didn't have the Bible. We were wild heathens running around in the jungle doing blood sacrifices to pagan gods. Yeah. They said that we were doing blood sacrifices to pagan gods. Now, either we wrote the Bible or we were into paganism and blood sacrifice and sacrificing our children to spook gods. Now, here's the thing. When I say we wrote the Bible, I'm not saying we created religion and a belief in Jesus. I'm talking about the Old Testament and the law system. When I say we wrote the Bible, the original Bible wasn't written on paper. It was written in the hearts of beings that have a soul. If you have a consciousness, you can feel it when you're doing wrong, and you can feel it when you're doing right. There was never no one giving us a list of do's and don'ts, and it was one law, and that was the law of karma. So there wasn't a bunch of laws and commandments given by some God in the sky. We didn't write that Bible. The enemy revised our spiritual system into this modern interpretation that everyone is thinking that I'm saying we wrote. We don't have nothing to do with that. All right. So what I'm saying is we've been taught that the slave master gave us Jesus and gave us religion and gave us a moral system, because the slave master said when he showed up in our land, we didn't have a moral system. He had to give us the Bible. Now, if you believe that, you a fool. You got to think a minute. How the hell can the slave master give you a moral system when he don't got one? How do he got a moral system when his society is based on going around the world, killing, stealing, and destroying? Where is your morality in that? You got to think about this. The people who did not have a moral system is saying that when they met us, we was evil and we needed Jesus. The people that was torturing us, hanging us, burning us alive, castrating us, throwing our babies to alligators, they said when they met us, we was evil and they needed to make us righteous. And y'all want to know why I said history being told in reverse? Because when them people showed up, they didn't show up with no Bible. They showed up as outlaws and pirates without a law system. When you call yourself a pirate, a buccaneer, a raider, you're literally calling yourself an outlaw, someone who operates outside of the law. Now, what is the law? The law is karma. The law is karma. Means what goes around comes around. And when you see people operating like the people in power, there's no way they are acknowledging any karma when they going on world conquest. So understand what we're on here today. We got to point out something very crucial. Let's give a shout out to Sogiometric, My Fault Sanchez, autocorrect. Both mics sound good. Peace and love. Appreciate that. How did they give us the Bible if we wrote it? A person may say, we didn't write the Bible. You're right. We carved the Bible in stone. That's right. That's the truth. So this is a very important stream today, because when people say the slave master gave us the Bible, That ain't true. I know that history says that the slave master came over on Christian ships with crosses on them. No, they did not. The slave ships didn't have no religious symbols on them at all. These was just, they didn't even have symbols. You got to understand some people. The people we're talking about, they had weapons, militaries, and warfare tactics, but they wasn't into symbolism, spirituality, and all that. We're talking about a society of people that was new to the thing. When they showed up in our land, we taught them about sigils, about energy transfer, about cymatics, about symbolism. When they showed up in our land, we was teaching these people the laws of the universe, and one of those laws was karma, the law that governed our behavior. You got to understand that when the enemy showed up on our land, he didn't get off the ship waging war with us. We had a free, open society with beautiful fountains and Victorian sculptures everywhere. And you didn't need a passport to come to our land. We lived in a sovereign land where we assumed that every human being was self-law and master. And we're going to talk about free will and sovereignty in a minute. We didn't need government authority because we had a spiritual system that made us govern ourselves. Now, you can either have self-governed societies and you can have fiat-governed societies. The people that invaded our land, they had a hierarchy of leaders and kings and chief and the head man in charge and the little people at the bottom. We didn't have that in our land. When they showed up in our land, there was no hierarchy. Every human was treated equally. There was no king and queen over everybody in our land. I'm trying to teach y'all some deleted history. This is pre-Babel history. This is what the world was like before hierarchy, before government. Now, yes, there was a time in the world where there was no government and people behaved just fine. It wasn't until government showed up that we needed to build prisons. Violence is out of hand. I know that's hard for you to believe because this is all you know. But there was a time on this earth where there were societies that didn't have prisons. They didn't have leaders. They didn't have authority figures telling you what the fuck to do. They had one law, and that was treat everybody how you want to be treated. Okay, that's it. Now go out there and have fun. That was it. It was called a free society. No rules, no authority. Do what the hell you want to do, man. Just follow this law. Treat everybody how you want to be treated. And in those societies, people was living in paradise and nobody was infringing upon another person because that one law prevented me from doing anything to you that would have been negative because I didn't want it done to me. Other than that, I can do whatever I want to do. I can fucking walk around. I can, hey man, whatever I want to do. You was free. There were no rules. There was only one rule. Don't you treat nobody how you don't want to be treated. That was it. Other than that, go have fun. That was called free societies. And in those societies, people were sovereign. Now, if you don't know what it means to be sovereign, it means to live without an authority overseeing you. I'm going to say that again. Sovereignty means I live on the earth and I don't have a leader or a ruler or an authority over me. I am myself law and master, Islam. I can behave, man. I don't need mama and daddy governing my actions. I'm a grown ass man. That's what sovereignty is. Today, I'm going to teach y'all how the world left sovereignty and ended up in servitude because of world religion and conquest. I'm going to also teach you that the slave master didn't give us the Bible. We gave him the Bible. What he gave us was the revised version, the corrupted version that supports blood sacrifice. And I'm going to explain everything to y'all. I got my notes, so we're going to do a little reading here, as well as just, you know, doing me with my teaching, man. So let's get right into it. Let's get right into it. Let's get into it. So, people, I want to ask a very simple question, and I want y'all to think about it before you answer it. If God gave humanity free will, why do so many religious systems teach us to give it away? Think about that for 1 minute. We are told that free will is one of the greatest gifts God ever gave mankind. Yet at the same time, we're told, don't trust your own mind. Don't lean into your own understanding. Don't lean into your own understanding, And basically, don't trust your own judgment. Let God direct your actions. Let the Spirit guide you. Let the will of God be done through you, not my own will. So did God really give us free will, or did God give us his will? Because you got two mixed messages, and I'm going to explain to you why there's so much contradiction and mixed messages going on. Because you got two different people talking. You got the Roman scribes, the barbarian scribes that was revising our old system talking. And guess what? They never deleted the old system. They just merged it with the new one. And when they did that, they created a lot of contradictions. And I'm finna teach you why the Bible full of contradictions, because it's a hybrid book. It's a married book between the barbarians' ways and still has our system in it too. They didn't delete it. Let's give a shout out to Sally McDermott for the donation. Sally, I can't hear my sound effects, but we're gonna drop a bomb for the donation. We appreciate you. And we want to thank Damian McCarthy for upgrading the membership. If the will of God is being manifested, and this is what Christians teach that everything happening on earth is part of God's will. It's part of God's plan, even the evil stuff. And it's all working toward the goal, toward the end goal is all prophecy being fulfilled. Now, here's the thing. When people say everything is written out from beginning to end, and that's the will of God, the prophecy, and it must be manifested. If that's true, then we don't got free will. We're just performing a pre-written script like puppets, and we can't escape the script, right? So that's not free will. And we got to point out why these contradictions are there. But first, we got to give a shout out to Voodoo Child, helping us to keep bringing y'all this good content and supporting this independent research. Appreciate the donation. Voodoo Child said, "You've been on a roll, brother. I can tell you're on speed dial with the ancestors. Please beat and teach. Shake these sleeping dummies." I got you. I got you. I got you. Let me go back to our notes so we don't spend too much time off script. I do these notes because moving forward, guys, I don't want to waste y'all time. I want to be organized. I want to pre-plan stuff, and I want to be professional. Some people literally got a problem with that. Sanchez, you reading from a script. Man, yes, because I don't want to ramble. I respect you guys' time. So, I'm gonna actually take this shirt mic, because now we're gonna go to the whiteboard. I'm gonna take my shirt mic and put it on. Now, I think I can put it, I was thinking about putting it on my necklace. Actually would like it right there. So now we got to do another mic check because I come up with an idea. Now we got to do another mic check because I want to pin my shirt mic on my necklace instead of my shirt, but I think that's going to sound better. Drop a 1, chat room, if y'all can hear me at the board. Let me do something for y'all real quick. While we wait on them 1s, I know they like, how many mic checks we gonna do? Better safe than sorry. Drop a 1 if you can hear me at the board. Okay, we got 1s, man. So it was a good idea to put it on the necklace. Y'all like that? See how I got it? Think that's better, man. All right. There we go. Free will versus God's will. Let me break down to y'all some contradictions. Oh, we finna go real deep today, and I'm gonna take my time, man. Y'all say y'all missed the content. Make me know it. Hit the like and share button. Hit the hype button. Hit the hype button. Free will versus God's will. Let's talk about it. If prophecy is being fulfilled, you don't have free will. Free will is my will. And my will may not be God's will. Okay? So what is God's will really? God's will isn't the will of the true creator of the universe. It is the will of your nation. It is the will of your government. It is the will of your earthly authorities. Earthly authorities. So God's will is literally the will of your nation. It is basically Zionism. What is, if you ever think about God's will, what is God's will? God's will is to keep evil people in power. Because if you read the Bible and see what prophecy says, it says that God gonna come back with all vengeance and wreak havoc on the earth. But the problem with the story is God is really gonna punish the saints and not the evil people on the earth. Because think about what I'm saying, people. When you read the book of Revelation, it says that the kingdom of Zion will be built in the end of days. And the people who are establishing the kingdom of Zion as I speak right now are your earthly authorities. Think about it. If you want to go to heaven, why would you follow a person that's building a kingdom on the earth? Did not Satan build his kingdom on the earth? Ain't you Christians excited to go to heaven? Then why are you following God's will? Because the God isn't the true God. It is the Antichrist and the will of the papacy. You think that you are a Christian, but in reality, you're a Zionist, and the will that you're following is the will of the Roman Empire and of the papacy. Now, a person may say, Sanchez, I'm not following that will. Well, you are silently consenting to it, and there is blood on your hands, even if you were never in the military, and even if you're just a regular American that is just going to church and living your life, you're supporting the will of God through belief. You're consenting to it by agreeing that God promised these earthly authorities these innocent people's land. So even though you ain't killing nobody, you're believing that it's okay for them to die though. And you're saying, yeah, because God sanctioned it. So when these Zionists go around the world and kill people and take their land, you consent to it by saying God wanted them to do that. They didn't do that on their own. It was the will of God. Now, I know you just a believer, who just want to be a good person. And you need to also realize how you are being used and you're consenting to an evil agenda. Now let's break some down here, because this where it get interesting here. Whenever somebody does something good, they often say, God did it through me. I'll pull up a chair. Maybe I'll pull up a chair so y'all can see my face when I'm not on the board like that. How about that? Let's do it like that. So let me see if I can. Okay, so this chair kind of tall, but we'll kind of hunch our back over where you can see my face and not just my chest. But I'm blocking my light. But here's the thing though. When somebody do something good, they say it wasn't me. God did it through me. I don't have my dogs, man. Y'all got dogs? Drop a 1 if you do. Somebody must be at my door. Maybe I need to check that out, huh? Hey, man, drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all feeling and you feeling the stream and you rocking with us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Now, let's continue, people. So when people do something good, they'll say, to God be the glory. It wasn't me that fed that homeless man. It was basically the Spirit of God moving through me. So they would tell you God gave them free will, but then they'll tell you they don't basically use their free will because God keep hijacking them, making them do good. So do we got free will or are we puppets? That's a good question because there's a mixed message going on, and I'm going to explain how the mixed message got introduced into our spiritual system, and I'm going to clear up the confusion. If somebody kills somebody and say the devil made me do it, we won't go for that. We'll say, man, you just trying not to take responsibility for your actions. The devil ain't make you do nothing. But the problem is, when somebody says, God made me do something, we don't see nothing wrong with that. Can I get a 1 in my chat room? I don't see the chat moving. Can I get some flat power, some interaction, some bombs or something? I don't see the chat moving. Let me do a check. I don't see the chat moving, man. Come on, man. Put something out there. Yeah, let's keep the chat moving, man. All right. There we go. There we go. Okay, so just hear what I'm saying, people. I know I'm having a lot of interruptions, but that's how lives be, okay? So let's keep going here. When people say the devil made me do something wrong, we don't go for it. But when people say God made me bless you, we go for it. And in both cases, it's wrong, because once we allow God to be able to control people, then people can say, God told me to come take your land. God told me to come invade your nation. So whether God told you to do it or the devil told you to do it, you're suspending personal accountability and you're removing yourself from free will. Why? Why was there a group of people who wanted to say, God told me? It ain't me doing it. It's God doing it through me. We're going to explain all that, people, because it gets very, very interesting. Okay? So check this out. If God get all the credit for good and the devil gets blamed for all the bad, then what exactly are we doing here, and what role does free will actually play? Why would God give us free will just to have to force us to do good. That don't make sense, do it? It's because it's all a lie. You've been taught a lie and a revised version of our ancient spiritual system. The reason people say the Spirit of God made me feed the homeless man is because the new form of this new religion that we're under, this barbarian revised version of our ancient spiritual system, it told all of us that we are inherently evil. The Bible teaches that every human being is inherently, naturally evil and incapable of doing good on your own, which is why they had to give you the Holy Ghost. The Bible teaches we are incapable of doing good on our own. Now watch this. Don't you know when the barbarians showed up in our land, we was trying to tame these people and give them a moral system? And we found out it's hard to tame these people because they was looking for ways around the law. And guess what the barbarians was telling us? It's too hard to follow the law. Of course it's too hard to follow the law if your whole society is based upon killing, stealing, and destroying people's land. If all y'all do is go around on conquest, of course it's gonna be hard for you to follow the law, but it was never hard for us to follow the law. You have to separate yourself from the people that's carrying out God's will, and you have to start back exercising your free will as a sovereign human being, people. We're not no damn servants. We are sovereign beings who are capable of mastering our own self. We never needed a God over us because the God of the universe gave us free will, because the God of the universe knew we were capable of choosing right over wrong. And the true God of the universe knew damn well, I don't got to get inside of Sanchez's body and make him not kill nobody. You know why? Ain't nobody did shit to me. The average human, if you leave them the fuck alone, they'll leave you the fuck alone. If we was born in a world where everybody had all the resources they need to thrive, there would be no violence. Most of the violence exists because of the capitalist system we live in and money. Take money out the picture, give everybody everything they need, just like we did, and you'll have zero crime. Humans aren't naturally evil. We're naturally leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. Don't nobody go around looking for a battle unless you're a fucking conquistador, a barbarian, a buccaneer, a pirate. So hear me out, people, because the opposite of God's will is free will. And I keep telling you what God's will is all about. It's about the Antichrist. Let's teach today, man. Hey, man, I don't see the chat moving still on. No, I'm gonna leave it alone. No, I think we still going. Let's go over here and do this. It's hot in here. So this is the true Christ. The true Christ told us the kingdom of heaven is within. The law is written in our hearts. So the thing about free will is that you have to choose to do right. The thing about God's will, you don't make no choice. You just blindly consent to Zionism. Now, do you see what I'm saying? Now, God's will, right? It makes you a servant. A servant to what? A servant to a fiat system. Well, Sanchez, what is a fiat system? It's a system that rules over people. What would be the opposite of that? You would be a sovereign. And what kind of system is that? It's a free system. And don't nobody rule over nobody, because everybody in a sovereign system practices what? Islam. And what is Islam? I am self-law and master. I don't have a slave. See, the thing about free will and Tartaria, the Tartarians versus the Barbarians, people, why these numbers ain't getting up? Why are the likes, shares, the views? Come on, people, engage with me. Appreciate that, y'all. But check this out, right? You got the Tartarians, you got the Barbarians. And the thing about the Tartarians, right? The Tartarians are what we call self-master. Barbarians seeks to conquer the world. And with these two kind of people, you build two kind of government systems. In the barbarian system, you're not trying to breed good people. You're trying to breed sheeple that's just gonna shut up, obey authority, and do what they're told. And that's what we see over here. In the Tartarian system, you're literally trying to breed people that can think for themselves, exercise free will responsibly, and be sovereign over their own body, meaning a master of the self. You don't need a, see, here's the thing. We consented the government the moment we accepted the revised form of our spiritual system. When we accepted the revised form of our spiritual system, we swapped places with the barbarian. The barbarian started telling history in reverse. He said, listen, these people they just can't do good. It's just impossible for them to leave people alone. Now think about that. The people in power are going around the world on conquest right now. They had a fight in front of the White House. That's how barbaric these people are. They didn't have a fucking spelling bee. They didn't have an academic trivia quiz with the students. They had a fucking fight in front of your White House while we at war. We are a gladiator society. We don't think, we just kill and steal. We are a society of buccaneers and pirates and raiders, man. Why do you think our football teams wear those names? Now, what is synonymous with a buccaneer? An outlaw. We are a society that don't follow the universal law of the universe, which is karma. And everybody in this society got blood on their hand. And you got to be convinced that ain't nothing gonna happen to you. These people in power have convinced us we can do what we want to do and it's gonna be all right. Because when we die, if you got a soul, you're gonna be judged, not by some God in the clouds, by your ancestors, because we're fighting a spiritual battle right now between good and evil, or ancient and future, old world and new world. Old world is right here. New world order is right here. New world, old world. The new world is transhumanism, de-evolution. The old world is where we had it right until something happened. And we got to get back to our greatness. Notice I didn't say we got to get forward to our greatness. No, we got to go back to glory, backtracking. See how this is? They got you thinking moving forward is the answer. Nope, we need to stop right now and backtrack because we clearly got it wrong at some point. And we building on a flawed foundation. And what we're building is, it doesn't support sovereignty. It supports more control and a digital system now that's coming that's gonna help secure this barbarian system. So check this out, people. The question, what role does free will actually play, is connected to another question, a question that most people hardly never ask. At what point did responsibility become transferable? Let's go back to the big screen real quick. Somebody taught us, because the law forced responsibility. Once you are a sovereign human exercising free will, it's like driving a car. You got to drive safely. Other people's life is in your hand and vice versa. It's a mutual agreement system that, hey, you got free will, I got free will. Exercise your shit responsibly. It's like saying, look, we drinking, right? You hit the liquor, let me hit the liquor. But look, bro, don't you go to goddamn tripping now. We gonna hit this liquor, we gonna get fucked up. But bro, control your alcohol and don't be tripping. Everybody gotta agree with that. It's a mutual agreement. I ain't gonna tell you you can't drink. We just gonna say drink responsibly. When you start drinking and you endanger my life, maybe we need to start governing your drinking now. And free will is the same way. Every human has to be assumed that you can govern yourself until otherwise proven you can't. But they made a system that's just the opposite. They made a system that says no human can govern themselves. And every human by default need a ruler over them because we're born inherently evil. And these are our rulers, people. These are our rulers right here. What justifies them to be in power over us is the Bible. It even tells you to obey your earthly masters. What kind of God would tell you that while he's going to war with them? Some don't add up again. Think about what I just said. The true God of the universe is at war with these people. Meaning they beefing, bro. It's up and it's stuck. Why would the true God of the universe tell me to obey some people that he's beefing with? My bad. My bad. My bad. Why would the true God of the universe tell me to obey some people that he beefing with? Obey your earthly masters. See, the true scribes of the Bible and of the law, they never wrote that. Because our earthly masters are leading us into Zionism. Think about it. If the law say thou shalt not kill, how you join the military and kill and think it's okay and you pray to God when you kill him? God bless America. The question you need to be asking, what God? It can't be the one that said thou shalt not kill, because that God didn't say thou shalt not kill unless your earthly masters tell you it's okay. See, there's some contradiction going on here. You feel me? But see, people, I'm crawling for our walk. Stay with me, please. Stay with me. If we go back to the oldest ideas all over the ancient world, people spoke about cause and effect. You reap what you sow. What goes around comes around. That's all through the Old Testament. You want to know why we no longer push the Old Testament today? Because the people in power are not the true Christians. The Old Testament condemns them. They can't go around the world on conquest with the law. But guess what? Jesus said, I didn't come to do away with the law. So the fact that they kissing on this statue, which is a graven image, saying this is Jesus, and we can go around and take land in the name of God. We can break the law only for world conquest is sanctioned by the God of heaven, and our evil deeds will be washed away by that God's son who died for us to be able to conquer other lands and wash away our karma. This is the barbarian system. This was never our way. But this is the system many of our people find themselves in today, and they are silently consenting to Zionism. They think they're Christians, but they're Zionists. They don't follow the ways of Christ. They follow the ways of their nation. And they don't necessarily join the military and go fight. But if you ask them, all this evil going on in the world that's carried out by these buccaneers, these Christians will tell you, man, it's written in the Bible. It's God's will. So it makes us just as evil as them. Even if you're ignorantly evil, you're still evil and you got blood on your hand. And this is why we reincarnate with the barbarian. Because all these people they slaughtering, man, we talking millions of people. We talking entire societies being wiped out and the map being rewritten like what's happening in Gaza. While we over here eating popcorn, getting fat, and going to church praying to the enemy's God. See, you may think you're righteous as a Christian going to church every day and you ain't harming nobody. You're just as guilty. I don't care if you're an old woman that feed the homeless every day. If a person asks you about all this evil in the world and your answer is God's will, you're an evil person. You're telling dead babies overseas that God wanted them to die. You're telling an innocent child right now that's dead because a bomb dropped on a building, God sanctioned it with your holy ass. You don't see how evil you are with your church going ass. You telling innocent dead people, man, God wanted that to happen to you. Shut up. God know what he doing. But you don't see it that way, and you want to know why everybody hate us. You want to know why everybody hate us. You don't get outside of yourself and look at how the world view America. Man, we're evil as hell, bro. It's just true, bro. We don't know how to leave people alone. You know why? Because God told us to come take your shit. It's one thing to come take your shit. It's another thing to say, God told me to do it. It's one thing for me to go up in there and murder your family. It's a whole nother thing to say, God wanted me to do this to you, man. I'm sorry, but this is just the will of God. Bro, when you're doing it under that mind, you're way more dangerous than any serial killer. Because I can plead with a serial killer. I can tell a serial killer, please don't kill me, man. Please, man, don't kill me. I got children. Why? Because the serial killer knows what he's doing it. The serial killer knows, man, I'm cutting your throat because I want to cut your throat. Ain't nothing controlling me. Ain't nothing in my body, Sanchez. I'm just about to kill you. I can beg a person like that for my life. But if a person believes that God is telling them to kill me, good luck trying to beg your way out of that. Because ain't too many people finna go against their God, bro. That's right. I don't care if you a little bitty baby. If somebody God tell them, hey, go kill that little baby right there, ain't no way that baby gonna beg their way out of that, man. Ain't nothing more authoritative than the voice of God, than the word of God. If God tell them to kill yourself right now, they gotta do it. It's God, man. You can't, ain't no bargaining with God. It's a commandment. It's you just do it. You just do it. It's like the mafia. It's like the mob. It's like if I join the mafia. When the OG call a hit and give a green light and say do it, ain't no talking about it. Ain't no questioning. Ain't no begging. I signed up for this. I'm a gangster. I gotta go put that work in. And if I don't, something gonna happen to me. That's my mentality. So guess what? You know I'm gonna do something to you before I let it happen to me. So that's how these people thinking. My God told me to come take your land. And if I don't come take your shit, I'm being disobedient to my God. And I'd rather you be mad at me than my God. A person who think that they're divinely inspired by God is a dangerous person. That's right. a person you can't plead with. And that's why we call them a savage, a barbarian. These are merciless people. They can do some of the most horrific acts in the name of their God, and ain't no way you can beg your way out of it. And they're breeding their children from the moment they come out the womb to believe this crazy stuff. It's crazy to us, but it's some people literally believe you're the evil pagan people and my God got to come cleanse the world. You think they faking. I used to think it too. I used to tell myself, they don't really believe that stuff. They just using it as an excuse to do evil. No, brother. These people teach these white guys, these barbarians, they teach these people when they're a little bitty baby that certain groups of people are inherently evil and that we're the chosen righteous people. And they have socially engineered you to fulfill the stereotype they put on you. Look at our people. We killing each other left and right because we've strayed from our original system. And the eugenicists have convinced the world we can't do good naturally. We're naturally evil. We weren't naturally evil. They modified us and engineered us to be this way. You hear me? You hear me? We've been socially engineered and we've been artificially programmed to be evil. And they're saying, nope, God made y'all like that. We didn't do that. We did not do that. Now listen, when these people came to our land, we were good people, but they corrupted us. They turned us into savages and barbarians like them. And now they're telling the world, when we met these evil people, we was righteous and they was already evil. They traded places with us. When these people met us, let me show you what they saw. I got my receipts right here today. This is right here is in the Grand Canyon. When the barbarians showed up in America, Columbus said it himself. He thought he was in India. Why did Columbus think he was in India? Because we was practicing the law of karma and free will. Check this out. This is in the Grand Canyon. You know why they don't want us exploring the Grand Canyon? Because guess what? You got Asia in America. Yeah, you got Southeast Asia in America, people. All throughout the Grand Canyon, you got black Buddhists. You got black Olmec statue, the Asiatic black man meditating. He ain't on his knees. He ain't on his knees praying to no spook god. Look at the black Buddha. He's right there in the Grand Canyon. And they ain't teaching this in the history book. People, if I showed you this, you would think it's somewhere in Asia. Boy, this is in the Grand Canyon. America used to be the Eastern world. Let me say that again. Columbus thought he was in the Eastern world. He thought he was in India. Did he not have a compass, my nigga? How the fuck do you have a compass and think you in India? It's because people, we're not identifying these lands by geographic location. Columbus wasn't lost. He had a freaking compass. These pirates are able to navigate the sea very well. They don't get lost quickly. Columbus was confused. He wasn't lost. Because these people were exploring the world. They was in the age of exploration. You got to understand something. These people were discoverers. But guess what? We had already discovered everything, which makes me wonder where the hell did they come from? Because they was going around saying, whoa, we never saw this before. But everybody else would have been on the earth for so long. We had civilizations that was interconnected. Look at this. Everybody else on the world knew about everybody else but these barbarians. These barbarians was showing up to places in awe, like, whoa, look at this place. Everyone else was showing up like, yeah, we've been here before, man. The world was new to these people. They was still in the age of exploration when we had buildings all over the fucking place. Let that sink in a minute. Let that sink in a minute. Let it sink in that the people who calling themselves conquistadors, they were exploring and discovering the world as they was taking it over. This shit was new to them. The places they was taking over, they had to settle there for generations in order to infiltrate it. They didn't get off their boats killing shit. They got off learning, assimilating themselves into our societies, because we didn't have a system to where we got to give you a damn social security number, a birth certificate, a ID card. No. It was a sovereign world. It was a free world. You can go anywhere and just be a part of that land. You didn't have a damn social security card or a driver license. People can just go anywhere, and they didn't need an ID or a passport. It was a free world. So these barbarians took advantage of that. All of these places ended up becoming land grabs and basically empires of the barbarians, when all of these places used to just be free sovereign places. No one owned it, right? Well, Sanchez, didn't somebody rich build that building? I'm pretty sure some rich man built that building. Nope. Everything you see here was built by advanced civilizations, and there wasn't no contracts involved. It wasn't no corporations involved. It was just sovereign citizens working together with advanced geometry and architecture that we don't even have today. We can't rebuild none of this stuff. Shout out to Isaac Frimpong for coming through and support independent research. All right, so the world before the barbarian was an interconnected utopia. There were no different languages. Everybody was on one accord, one frequency, one system, and everybody architecture looked the same. Everybody was doing the same thing. They was meditating and building beautiful stone structures like what you see here. Everywhere you went, you saw meditating Buddhas. You didn't see people praying on their knees. This is what you get. You get people sitting Indian style. And that's why Columbus thought he was in India, because there's a very unique feature about Indians. Indians are known for sitting Indian style. Facts. But did you know that the word Indian ain't got nothing to do with the country called India? I know that there's a country called India. They're not the original Indians. That's just the name of their country to try to throw y'all off. The word India ain't got shit to do with India, the country, or none of that. The word India goes to the word Hindu. Yep, the original spiritual system of the black man was Hinduism. Oh yeah, that's the oldest religion in the world, but it's not a religion, it's a spiritual system. Ain't that crazy that the least popular religion in America was the original spiritual system of the land? Look at how far we've gone. If I would have told the black man that he was a Buddhist before he was a Christian, he would not believe me. Yes, Buddhism, Islam, Jainism, or what we call Hinduism, was self-law. It was about mastering oneself. So the word Hindu, let me get my whiteboard. the word Hindu. Let's do some etymology. Do some etymology. Clean this off real quick. Let me show you where the word India come from. It ain't got nothing to do with the country called India. The word, I'm about to blow y'all away. All right? Bear with me. Let's clean this off. Hit the like and share button. Hit the hype button if you're on the rewatch. And let me get on with this now. So the word Hindu, remember, the H is silent. The H is silent. Look. This how we get the word India. It comes from the word Indus. Are you familiar with the Indus Valley civilizations? The Indus Valley civilization is where Hinduism, well, I can't say where it come from. It's where they want to say it come from, but it was a universal system. So it didn't come from no particular place, but that's where they want everything to come from somewhere today because they don't want us to know that the world was united. Everybody was just on the same frequency. So the word Hindu or India watch this. Now look, they used to call us the Hindus. But the H is silent. So because the H is silent, the word in Hindus become Indus. And the word Indus over time become the Indians, the Indians. But here's the thing. When you say the Hindus or the Indies or the Indians, you are saying the Indies, the self-law, the independent people. They don't need a government. I'm not making this up, people. I am a professional at etymology. Listen to me. The word Indus or Hindu is the word Indi. That's how you get Indian. An indie artist is an independent artist that don't have a master. Do you hear me? If you are a indie or a Hindu or a Indian, it means you are master over yourself. You're independent. They was calling us by our activity. The word Indian means that you are literally a sovereign being that lives in a sovereign setting, and you are a master over yourself. It means you have free will and you practice the Hindu system, and if you practice that system, you are not under a fiat government. You are not a slave. We lost our sovereignty when we stopped being indies, independent ones, free will, sovereign people. You can go look all of this up, people. I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing etymology for over a decade. The word Hindu is how you get the word Indus, which is the word Indian and Indi. And the word is literally telling the world who we are as independent, self-governing beings. This is really related to the word sovereignty, which means independent, independent. The people without masters, because they are the master over themselves, or what you call Islam. All right? So our sovereignty was tied into our spiritual system, and it was based upon free will. And that goes back to the confusion I opened up earlier. I always open up a can of worms so I can, clear everything up later. So, and it's very satisfying when that happens, if you're able to stay with me through the confusion. Y'all know how I do it. So I just showed you now why there's a contradiction between free will and God's will. That's because when the barbarian showed up to our land, in order for him to assume authority over us, he had to revise our free will system. And the revision of the free will system is the God's will system, or what you call modern religion and belief systems, Abrahamism. Isn't all of this information awesome? To know who we were, our real history, not the bull crap, because the bull crap is the white man gave us the Bible. And really, when they say the white man gave us the Bible, they saying the white man gave us a moral system, because we didn't have one at first. And it's basically history told in reverse, because we literally gave the barbarian our spiritual system, and the barbarian couldn't adhere to it. Our spiritual system was too hard for the barbarian, so he had to revise it. And this is the revised version. Everyone knows that pagans and barbarians was into blood sacrifice. And everyone knows that blood sacrifice wasn't in the Old Testament. Christians was not doing paganism. Christians was looking at the pagans doing the blood sacrifice, condemning it. The question is, if Christians are condemning pagan blood sacrifice, how the hell did they end up doing it? Huh? See, everything been told in reverse, y'all. The truth is, when the enemy showed up, they was into blood sacrifice, but they didn't start blood sacrifice when they showed up. They started doing blood sacrifices when we taught them about the law of karma. Let me show y'all how silly these barbarians is. We was teaching these barbarians that if you do bad, the bad is gonna come back to you eventually. And instead of the barbarian following the law, the barbarian said, how can I make my bad not come back to me? How can I cheat this shit? And the barbarian said, okay, the universe basically rewards evil with evil. So if I do evil, the universe does evil to respond to my action. It's mirroring me, but it's making my evil come back to me. So the barbarian said, I got a way I can get around this. If I can deflect my consequences. The barbarian said, listen, are you telling me what I put out is going to come back to me? The barbarian said, I need a way to deflect it when it come back to me. The barbarian didn't say, let me not put out evil actions because I don't want him to come back to me. The barbarian said, okay, I'm going to still put out evil, but when it come back to me, I need a way to avoid, dodge it, and deflect it. And his way of doing that was blood sacrifice. Jesus. Yeah. The barbarian said, aha, I found a remedy. When we do bad, we can just do bad because the universe responds to evil with evil. What a dumbass.
Stupid.
What a dumbass. You gotta be dumb or just evil or both. You're saying when I do something wrong, let me go kill something to make it right. So if I steal something from the store, let me kill my son and shed his blood to wash that wrong away. Let me do more evil to right evil. That make a lot of sense. God said, thou shalt not kill. I go out there and murder somebody And God responds by saying, well, let me kill my son to remove your sins. But wait a minute, God, you said thou shalt not kill. And now you're killing your own son because I killed somebody. How does that make sense? Imagine you telling your son, son, thou shalt not kill. Your son go kill somebody and you kill your son, and you see what I'm saying? Or somebody else just killed somebody and you kill your son. That's what God did. God told everybody, don't kill. And when people start killing, God said, well, I guess I gotta kill now. Give me my son. Jesus, come here, man. God attempted to solve the problem by participating in the problem. Does that sound like the true God of the universe? That's a barbarian God. That's the God I'm trying to free y'all from, man. It's God. The true God ain't the author of confusion. And all this confusion, you ought to know you ain't dealing with the true God, man. Come on. That's right. Let me give a shout out to Christian Smith. I didn't put a heart on that, Christian. I just put a heart on that. Let's put a heart. Ram Richard came through with a dub. I appreciate that, Ram Richard. Supporting independent research. Yes, you are. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Been a member for a while. Flat power, D. Allen. Shout out to Mr. Hadouken. Shout out to Spirit Light Body. Flat power to your Spirit Light Body. Shout out to A Sense of Awe coming through with all these donations and gifts. That's what's up, sister. Why am I hitting the laugh? You know what, guys? I'm hitting the laugh button and I'm supposed to be hitting the crowd cheer button. I don't know if anyone caught that, and it's because I can't hear what I'm pressing. So people sending donations and I'm laughing at them. Now we really got to hit the laugh button. Silly me. If you're watching this on the replay, forgive me. I can't hear my sound effects, so I'm laughing at all of my donations. That's crazy. People was like, did I send a joke in with my super chat? My system is under tech issues right now. Oh, we got a lot more to go over, people. Don't you go nowhere. Got a lot to go over now. Let's get back to our notes, man. Because one thing, I want to go to the board here one more time, and I want to put a visual in your mind. But make sure you screenshot this etymology. Independent, self-governing. That's what Indian means. You're an Indi. You're a sovereign being. They took away sovereignty from the earth. That's what world conquest is about. But let me show you something. The law is what made us sovereign. When they came with blood sacrifice, we lost our sovereignty. When they came and introduced Jesus, the paganism and the blood sacrifice, they took away sovereign, because now if any authority rule over you, you're not sovereign. Anytime there's an authority figure over you, preventing you from exercising your own will, you're no longer sovereign, you're a servant. And they turned the world into servants when we had a beautiful world utopia of sovereign gods who was able to behave themselves. Now, if you look at the world, you got a lot of religious people, but we killing each other in holy wars. So when we didn't have religion and everybody governed themselves, everyone was living in heaven on earth. You know why? You know why? If everybody going outside and you responsible for yourself and ain't no authority, guess what? If there's a mutual rule in society, if you don't mess with nobody, they can't mess with you. That's just the law. Now, if you walk up to somebody and punch them, yeah, they can fuck you up in our old world system. It wasn't just peaches and cream. It was basically, I'm going to treat you how you treat me. And everybody agreed to treat each other how they wanted to be treated. And everybody want to be treated good, right? That's why it was a heavenly world. It was a beautiful law system. One law created heaven on earth. That's all you need. Now look at all these laws we got in the world today and how evil the world is. We had one law and no government, and it was heaven on earth. Now we got governments and authority and rulers everywhere. We got thousands of laws and the world in chaos. Let that shit sink in a minute. Now let's do some visuals here. Why is the law important? Because our sovereignty is in it. The law forces us to govern ourselves. And if we move away from the law, we move away from self-government. And when you move away from self-government, the only thing you left with is fiat government. Self is only two types of government, man. Either you gonna rule yourself or somebody else gonna rule you. Now, what allowed them to rule over us is when we accept their religion and we agree that we are inherently evil. That's what they teach these babies. That you can't do good on your own. And it's so sad because I see people saying, don't give me the glory. I didn't do that. God had to come down from heaven, get inside of my body, and make me feed the homeless man that I walk past every day because I'm incapable of doing good on my own. Don't thank me, it was the spirit, because I'm just an evil motherfucker. And we agree to that. We agree to that. And when we do, we turn over our sovereignty, man. We're telling them, I'm inherently evil, man. I can't do good on my own. And you're saying, give me government, give me police, give me cameras, give me less privacy, take my freedoms and my rights away. It's all founded on religion. This whole system is founded on the revised barbaric religion that got us away from free will. Once we become sovereign, guess what we say? I'm responsible for my own actions. If I do good, I did that. When I do bad, that's all me. When I do good, give me the praise. When I do bad, give me the criticism. But today, it's when I do bad, curse the devil. When I do good, praise God. So we're just puppets and we're agreeing that we're not in control. Spirits are controlling us and we are no longer exercising free will. People, you don't see how deep this shit is? It seems harmless. It seems innocent. It seems like just a person's dumb belief, but it's deeper than that. You're consenting to turn over your damn sovereignty. Let me give a big shout out to my brother, Awakening Minds. People, if y'all like these shows extended and you like the call-in portion of the show where we allow callers to call in one at a time to engage, whether it be ask questions, whether it be to just conversate with me, then you have the option to extend the show. What I do, I set a donation goal, and it's just basically 10 super chats for $20. Now, people have already been sending in a lot of love, I set a goal for an hour, and I'm thinking maybe we can get 10 people to send in $20 in an hour to unlock the phone lines. So that is optional to you guys. If you would like to make that happen, that's how we'll do that. And I appreciate you guys. Let's get back to the information. So I want to put a visual to show you how important the law is. Now, you got a lot of Freemasonic groups that are practicing Abrahamism, like y'all know the Hebrew Israelites. They will tell you in a minute, we don't deal with the Old Testament because they are a barbaric group of pagans. Ain't nothing more faker than the Hebrew Israelites. Now, you got Christians, you got Jews, you got Hebrew Israelites. The most evil group of Bible thumpers are the black Hebrew Israelites. You know why? They know the truth. Their leaders know the damn truth about what I'm teaching y'all now. And they go out there and play dumb and say, we don't fuck with the Old Testament. We ain't dealing with the law. Everybody that's telling you we ain't dealing with the law, they some fucking barbarians, and they letting you know that they are against the old system. It's time to open up your eyes and pick a side. There's a war going on outside between sovereign, free will, independent thinkers, and servitude. And anybody going against the law, they telling you they're a barbarian. Anybody got a problem with thou shalt not kill is a damn murderer. Anybody got a problem with thou shalt not steal is a damn thief. Anybody got a problem with thou shalt not lie is a damn liar. You need to look at the people that said, oh, we don't follow the law. We don't subscribe to the Old Testament. Evil people run from that damn Old Testament. Bring up laws to outlaws and they start running, nigga. It's like putting salt on a snail. Go up to an outlaw and mention the law. He gonna run from your ass quick as hell, boy. That nigga gonna peek around the corner. He gonna say, is the law still around here? Yeah, the law right there. Oh shit, nigga. Oh hell. Gonna come back. Yeah, man. You seen the law? It's gone? Oh, okay, whoo. Man, the law is like Debo to them niggas. Cause you're an outlaw. We're an in-law, nigga. We operate inside the law. We ain't scared of no law. You ain't making me run saying, hey man, you can't lie around here. You wanna hang out over here, Sanchez? You can't steal. The moment I tell a nigga, you can't come around here with all that stealing, and he say, man, you enforcing the law? Man, fuck the law. I can't do the law. It's cause you're a damn thief, nigga. And that's what these people are. Lawless ones. Outlaws and buccaneers and pirates. Don't you know that a synonym for the devil is lawless one? I keep telling y'all following the papacy. People think I'm evil just cause I drink, smoke, and I do rap music, nigga, and I cuss, and I'm on some ghetto street shit. But a nigga, my agenda is righteous, nigga. It's just my identity. Let me show y'all some, because this is what they don't like. Here's what the law forces. See, the law is basically cause and effect. Sister Freedom, I see you. The law is cause and effect. And then with that becomes accountability. Look, check that out now. The law creates a cause and effect system. And when cause and effect is in motion, everybody got to be accountable for what you cause, because there will be an effect. If you're teaching everyone accountability for their actions, for what they say and do at all times, you could never have Zionism. Because what is Zionism? Zionism is, I'm not accountable for my actions. God got inside of my body and made me take your land. Free will versus God's will, folks. Free will mean I did it, whether it was wrong or right. I know as a sovereign human, I gotta take responsibility for what I did. But see, these barbarians, they can take your shit from you and they can say, man, that wasn't me. A spirit got at me and made me steal your shit. That's what their whole system is. Their whole system is, well, yeah, I stole your shit, but I wasn't acting under my own will. I was acting under God's will. God, the one, took control over me and made me take your shit. So take it up with the man upstairs. And they rid themselves of accountability. And if they can convince you to believe that, they in power. And guess what? Most of the world believe that. Most of the world believe that everything happening is the will of God. It's prophecy. And these people told you that lie. It's no such thing as prophecy being fulfilled. It's planning. They wrote in the Bible years ago what they was gonna do before they did it. You know why? These people plan years in advance. That's how barbarians do. Guess what? Barbarians love predictable outcomes. You ain't never been in corporate America. They don't like to gamble with their money. They like predictable shit. Why you think they want to program everybody to act the same? Because if everyone thinking for themselves and acting independently, you can't predict the collective actions. He doing that, she doing that, everybody doing something totally different. How you gonna govern that? How you gonna govern all of that independent thinking? You can't. You got to make us operate like sheep, where everybody think the same way. And how you do that? Through religion. Praise the Lord. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Billions of people operate in that mentality, and they can steer that. They can herd that. Any kind of mentality you operating under that they didn't create, they going against it, because they can't control your thinking outside of their indoctrination systems. Their indoctrination systems is what allowed them to have predictable outcomes with the masses. They know when they go to war, you just gonna say, see the world ending. That's written in the book of Revelation, God doing that. Every time you see the enemy go take somebody's land, it's proof to you that God's will is being done. The question I would ask is, why the hell do God need a bunch of poor children to join the enemy's military to help him go give these people the promised land? Ain't God a miracle worker? Can't God do miracles? God let me just show you how silly this is. God chose these people to rule. They said that they're God's chosen people. And God promised them some land. But in order for them to take the land, they gotta go and recruit God's non-chosen people to fight the battle. Now, last time I checked, God had his own army. And the people that fought in God's army were God's chosen people, like Joshua and all them. So you look at the world today, the people that's fighting in God's army ain't God's chosen people. They the Goyim. They the ones that the government is telling you inherently evil. You're a filthy sinner. You're a Gentile. Okay, then don't let me go fight your holy war then. If I'm such a Gentile and I'm not chosen by God, why the fuck am I on a battlefield in God's army? How come your powerful ass God need poor people joining the military to help him with his will? Oh yeah, we gonna whip up on it. You know when I come and I show up, I'm gonna take my goddamn belt off, son, cause you played with me. I'm gonna take my belt off, man, and I'm gonna put some belt to ass to this here heathen and his doctrine. Oh yeah. Put a little old belt to ass. Little old belt to ass. Cause you played with me, son. And when I put this belt to your ass, we gonna wedge up your jeans so you can feel all these licks, son. You get to feel all these licks. We ain't gonna come play with it now. We gonna put belt to ass is what we gonna do to the deception. That's what we gonna do. Let's move on. Let's talk about this blood sacrifice shit. Cause this where shit get interesting. Christians tell us that pagan blood sacrifice was evil, primitive and barbaric, something done by heathens. Yet the central doctrine of Christianity is blood sacrifice. Think about that. If pagan blood sacrifice was wrong, how did blood sacrifice become sacred in Christianity? How did a practice once associated with barbaric religions become one of the most important doctrines in the world? That's a serious question, because under a system of accountability, you answer for your own actions. Jesus can't show up and pay the price for your ass when you dealing with the law of karma. They didn't say that the blood of Christ can wash away karma. They had to create some shit that don't exist called sinning. They do that in corporate America too. They do little scams with words and shit. Yeah, they do that all the time. They'll say, well, we didn't say that on our product. We didn't say it cleans germs. We just said it removes dirt stains. They play those kind of little old games that make you want to smack a nigga. They play them little hoe ass games like that. Yeah, we didn't say it was going to remove the germs. We just said it was going to clean the dirt. And read the product. It says nothing about removing germs. Man, what the hell you think I bought it for? Well, sir, we sorry. They play them kind of games. They'll tell you, yeah, Jesus cleaned your sins. Well, do he wash my karma too, nigga? You didn't say shit about karma. Can a blood sacrifice stop karma? Can it stop me from reaping what I sowed? If the answer is no, then it's pointless, nigga. If that shit can't remove karma, then it can't bypass the law. And everybody who doing wrong, thinking that they gonna wash it away with this blood, you just building up more karmatic debt. And people who don't think about this, right? If you tell a person, here go my credit card, I'll pay whatever you want, I'll pay your debt for you, they gonna spend more. If you tell that person that's your money you spending, they gonna be careful how they spend their money. And that's what the world doing. When you tell everybody Jesus gonna pay your debt for you, they'll say, well, I can sin this little time. I'm gonna ask for forgiveness. I know what I'm talking about because I was raised in the church. I was raised in the church. And as a young man, my hormones was fucking wild. And when you're being taught that you can't have sex until you get married, and you're a young teenager going through puberty and the girl's just throwing it at you, well, sir, you're gonna be going down to the altar quite a lot for prayer, my nigga. Okay? Right? They're gonna be doing a lot of and to your little horny ass. And guess what they're gonna say? Yeah, he got a sex demon. They literally say that shit, a sex demon. Nigga, I'm just a young man going through natural puberty. I can't believe I let a nigga put his sweaty palm on my forehead to cast away a sex demon. A sex demon. Like it wasn't me trying to get them draws. It was an invisible demon saying, little nigga, I'm gonna make you horny. Go and get her. See, we need to realize we're responsible for what we do. We're exercising free will at all times as sovereign beings. And the thing is, like, they got us so far gone from accountability that we are reckless in our behavior unconsciously. Ain't no system that reminds us each day we need to be trying to master ourselves. So each day we just kicking the can up the road saying, I did something that I don't approve of in my actions. Let me ask for forgiveness for it. And every time you do that, you ask for blood of a blood sacrifice instead of saying, how can I improve myself? Ain't no improvement system in the church. It's just a forgiveness system. You're forgiven. And when you keep telling a motherfucker, think about this, y'all. If you keep cheating on your woman and she keep forgiving your ass, is you gonna stop? Hell no, you ain't gonna stop. So check this out, right? In the church, you keep doing wrong. Jesus just keep forgiving it. Is you gonna stop doing wrong? In the old system, there was nothing to forgive your ass because we didn't believe in no blood sacrifice. In the old world, you just had to stand up on your own with whatever the fuck you did. You couldn't go in a closet and pray to no invisible motherfucker to help you cope with your guilt. You had to look in the mirror and realize, if I don't like this feeling, I got to work on myself, man. That's right. That system is gone now. Ain't nobody got to work on themselves because they can cope with the guilt by telling themselves, I didn't do that. It's erased. It's deleted. It's washed away with the blood. And in their mind, they feels renewed. But imagine if someone told them, bro, what you did was wrong and ain't nothing you can do about it. You just fucking wrong. That'll eat a person up, won't it? That'll keep your ass up at night. And it should. That feeling inside of us is what make us work on ourselves. But the barbarian gave us a system to bypass guilt through forgiveness. Through forgiveness. Ain't that something, y'all? Because when they tell you Jesus wash away your sins, that ain't true. He wash away your guilt. It's a mental trick to fool your spirit that it's okay now, even though you ain't done no work on yourself. In this kind of system, you're gonna breed more believers, not good people. And that's what we see. Stop me when I lie, man. Look at that. We got 2 people that already sent donations toward our goal, man. And we still got a lot of time on the clock. I want to give a big shout out to my brother Awakening Minds and Rain D44. And let's give a shout out to Sally McDermott. We got 2 $20 super chats for the goal. I see them. We got 2 of 10. Keep them coming. If we reach the goal, we'll extend the show. I hope y'all like that offer. I hope I'm not doing too much with that. I hope it don't look a certain way. I appreciate you guys. So let's get back to information here. I want to go and get into some syncretism real deep, real quick, and then we'll go to something else. So it's another thing that I wanted to share with you guys. Give me a second here and I'll pull it up now. All right, let me pull this up, y'all. We're going to do some syncretism, and I want to show you a little bit about the symbolism, how they altered the symbolism. All right. Okay, so let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. This up. Pull that. Hey guys, I'm getting this stuff ready for y'all for our next slideshow. We about to go even deeper. If you like visuals and symbolism, we about to go deep with it, folks. And before we go deep, I'm gonna take my camera off for this slide presentation because I want you to focus on the images. But before we do that, let me remind y'all something. When Columbus showed up, we were practicing Buddhism, not the modern Buddhism. And I hate to use the word Buddhism, but I'm using it because that's the word y'all know about this spiritual system. It was really Hinduism or Jainism, but the popular word today is Buddhism, but that's the corrupted. Just like Christianity is the revised form of our original spiritual system, Buddhism is the revised form of Jainism. And Christianity is the revised form of, Jainism in different areas. There was one system and they revised it in different areas, and the revision became a different language, a different tongue, and a different religion. The God of the Bible is the God, the authority and the powers of this world. It's not the true God of the universe. It's the God of the Bible. Listen to what you're saying out of your mouth. They literally refer to this deity as the God of the Bible. I didn't make that up. That's what they call it. They don't say the God of the universe. They don't say the creator of the true creator of our existence. They are telling your ass the truth. The God of the Bible. That's it. If you subscribe to the Bible, that's your God. If you don't, he ain't no authority over me. That's right. Because the true Bible is written in my heart. Remember, see, the thing about being a sovereign being with a soul and a consciousness, in order for you to be sovereign, you got to have a soul and a consciousness. Because the only way you can govern your actions is with a consciousness that will convict you with guilt. If there's nothing inside of your heart that make you feel wrong when you do wrong, you can't govern yourself. And there are some people in the world that do not feel wrong when they do wrong. And guess what, y'all? That is a symptom of not having a damn soul. You need to listen to what I'm saying, man. The part of you that feels bad when your body does wrong is not your body. It's the true energy inside of your body that is trying to exercise its will through your body. And when your body cheat on your soul and go and do something outside of the will of your soul, you feel bad about it because you know that you wasn't in control. In other words, you was out of control. Your soul said, I want to go to this party, behave myself, and just come back home. But you didn't do that. You got sloppy drunk. You had a one-night stand. And the next day, you feeling guilty as hell. Why? Because you wasn't in control of yourself. Your soul likes to be in control over its body. It likes to be self-law and master over its own body. That's called sovereignty. The moment your soul say, I want to do this, but you too weak to fulfill the will of your soul, you living beneath your potential. And you're going to feel some kind of way for that. It's a guilty, it's there to keep us operating on a high vibration. That's why we feel bad when we do bad. And guess what? We feel good when we do good. So the universe puts something in us to make an incentive for us to be good. But let me tell y'all something. These people in power would tell you, you carrying out the will of God and what you doing is a righteous act, but you will still feel bad about what you did. Let that sink in. They telling military soldiers that we're carrying out God's will. God bless America. They putting medals and achievements and purple hearts on your chest for killing for them. And they telling you, you acted like a good Christian. But guess what? You still got PTSD. What you believe right here and what you feel right here is in conflict with each other. Some wrong, and it ain't your heart. It must be your indoctrination. If you're literally carrying out the will of God, why would God make you feel bad for doing something God told you to do? Furthermore, right, they saying it wasn't even you that did it. They saying God took control over you and hijacked your body. You just a puppet. Somebody sent the donation in. Sarada, what's up? That's a little sis. What's up, Sarada? I might be wrong, but I think we did write the scribes called the Bible. The synagogue of Shaitan with demonic tech reset. The world rewrote the original scribes for absolute control. We are the truth. Spot on, sis. That's right. You got it. You got it. And the thing is, hey, what was I saying before I read that? I just had a brain fart. I just had a brain. What was I saying, y'all? Thanks, Sarada. Appreciate the love, y'all. Appreciate that love. Oh, yeah, I know what I was saying. You know when you carrying out the will of the true God because you don't feel bad about it. If you got a consciousness in your heart, when you do good, you feel good. When you do bad, you feel bad. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, guess what? You don't got a damn soul. And yes, I'm laughing at your soul is ass. Cause something wrong with you, and it ain't my fault you ain't got a soul. I'm not merciful to a soulless motherfucker. Something wrong with your ass, and it's just something you condemn, nigga. You ain't got no soul. You can't go to the higher realms, and I don't feel sorry for you, nigga. I got a soul. It's something your ass did. It's something that the universe, that's something about your ass, nigga. I don't got, hey, look, that's on y'all, man. You know, because people are trying to make you look crazy. You know, but yeah, nigga, there's a feeling inside of you of guilt. And if you don't got that, something's wrong with you, my nigga. Sanchez, I don't feel bad when I do bad. Yeah, nigga, we're not the same, you know? And there are two groups of people here. You may be one of them. And you may want to go and learn about yourself and who you are and start tapping into your dark energy. You are who you fuck you are. If you don't feel bad when you take people land and hang them on trees, guess what? I don't know what to tell you, man. You something wrong with it. Listen, that's up to you and the damn universe, man. And it ain't and people, they would treat that shit like it's a perk. Like, and they want us to try to be like that. They try to hearten us like that. Like, yeah, nigga, I can kill a nigga and I won't feel shit. Bro, cut all that out. I will blow your damn brains out, but I will feel bad about it, nigga. That's the difference between me and these other street niggas. I will still fuck you up, but I'm not gonna act like I don't have a guilty consciousness, nigga. I'm gonna try to tell myself after I fuck you up, man, he shouldn't have spit on me. Man, he shouldn't have smacked me. Man, but I'ma still feel bad for stomping your ass out, but I'ma try to get rid of my guilt by reminding myself how you violated me. I'm not gonna try to get rid of my guilt by saying, I believe in a blood sacrifice to remove what I just did, my wrongdoing. Nope, I did wrong. And I know what the fuck I did. I stumped him out. And I feel bad about it. And the only thing that's helping me cope with it is remembering the nigga spit in my face, man. Come on now. So that's how sovereign people react. But we wasn't always like that. We were, look at this image right here. We wasn't like that, man. We were peaceful people with pure love in our heart, man. When you look at all of these statues, you don't feel no evil shit. You feel peaceful. You show me the white man statues, and guess what you feel? Conquest. If you got a spirit, a soul, you got another gift, right? Just like when you do bad, you feel bad. You do good, you feel good. If you got a soul, you could also look at things and feel energy. Drop a one. For example, I can look at this statue and I feel a certain frequency from it. And I can't explain the frequency. It's like these good Buddha, Asiatic, old world, utopic, like a peaceful vibe I get. Now, some people just look at this, they see a statue. When I look at things, I get a feeling too, right? I have all of these different senses going that other people ignore. Like when they say, well, I see the picture. I don't just see the image. I feel the image as well. I can feel symbols, like a feeling I get, and that's a gift. It's something I've honed within myself. Now, some people just see shit. They don't feel it when they see it, but if you just look at it and be silent for a minute within and be conscious of what's going on right here, look, you'll develop discernment. You'll be able to analyze frequencies and shit. So, for example, I'm gonna do a test right now, right? If you pull up like a Greek statue, right? Maybe a Caesar. Guess what you feel? Conquest. I'm not telling you what to feel. You're looking at the statue. You should feel it in your chest. Like, you should feel a little feeling right here of like conquest, almost as if you're the damn statue. Now, if y'all can't do that, then I know I got some kind of gift, nigga. I'm weird. It's like I can see shit and I can tap into the fucking energy or the frequency of it. I don't just see it, like I feel this spirit of conquest coming from this shit, and it's loud as hell. It's almost like damn near I can smell the blood damn near. It's like my mind is very weird to where I see something and I go into this whole reality of that thing. I'm on the field with this dude. I'm swinging the damn sword right now. Like, it's weird. So the whole thing is with that gift, you can see the vibes. Like, these are the people telling you they're God's chosen people right here. They're telling you they the one gave us a moral system. They are the righteous ones. But when you just look at this statue, there's nothing about this statue that suggests that it's evil. There's nothing about this statue that suggests that it's good. But if you wouldn't have never gave me a history book and I just looked at this statue, I still feel a spirit of conquering. I feel it like something from this statue feels like I want to rule over you. It feels authoritative. Even if I didn't know who this was, if I was a child and I just looked at this statue, I would get that feeling of like authority. Authority. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you make me look at this statue, I feel peace. I feel love. I feel like this dude right here will help me out. He will give me knowledge, or he will be an assistance. That's what I feel when I look at this statue. But when I look at this statue, I feel like I'm threatened. It feels threatening, menacing, like a force wants to subdue me. So just wanted to point that out. But one thing I want to do at this time is segue to when we deal with these symbols, right? Because again, we have a guy meditating, and that's what I want to talk about, Buddha, right? Look at here. Now, people say the white man gave us Jesus. We didn't know Jesus until the white man came. Well, that is a lie, my friend. We gave the white man Jesus. It's just the fact that Jesus wasn't a white man. He was a snake. Do you hear me? Uh-huh. See, check this out. When the barbarians showed up to our land, we already had the Bible, but we didn't have Jesus. The symbol we had was a serpent, and the serpent was the symbol of salvation. Now, guess what somebody gonna say? Sanchez, that don't make it no better. People worshiping Jesus and we're worshiping a snake. You're right, but you know where you're wrong at? We wasn't worshiping no dang on snake. That snake was a personification of the spiritual energy inside of man. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. It's called a Kundalini serpent. In other words, the serpent that you see. Let me pull this up. This serpent that you see inside of man. Now, let me break some down to y'all. When the enemy came to our land, we taught him about the Kundalini. We taught him about the soul within man that is seeking to control the body. In other words, this serpent inside of your body is the righteous force. That's the part of you that's feeling guilty when you do wrong. The feeling in your chest when you doing wrong and you feel bad, that's this little serpent right here. It's a sine wave of energy that flows up and down the spinal cord. It presses a different chakra button to get a different response from us. And this is basically our higher self, or the voice within us directing our actions. Each of these chakras is a button that snake is able to press. And this is how our spirit interact with our body. This is how the higher self punishes or rewards the lower self, letting it know I approve of what you're doing through this system called a chakra system. So when you're feeling bad because you're doing bad, that's literally coming from the heart chakra. Okay. And the soul will direct your actions in other ways, dealing with your sexual life, your food, what you're eating, your dieting, and all that, depending on how it interacts with the chakras. So there's literally a more refined version of you inside of your body. And if you silence yourself and meditate and start adhering to this consciousness, this voice within you, it will guide your steps and make you manifest your greatest version on this earth. You see this snake on the cross right there? They replaced the serpent with Christ. You see there? Now, why did they do that? Remember what I asked you earlier, right? I asked you, I said, how did the enemy give us the Bible if we wrote it? The enemy didn't give us the Bible. What he did was revised it and turned the archetype into a white man. You see what I'm saying? Now, let me break some down to you. Hey, man, we just got a big super chat and a little one. Let's give a shout out to Kelly. Grateful for your stream. You're a source of knowledge. Thank you so much, Kelly. We also have a super chat here from Lil Sis Sarada Amaru. Appreciate the love. She said, keep it going, bro Sanchez, from one of your day ones. Oh, that's facts. When the enemy came over here, the serpent was the archetype before Christ. When the enemy came up, because y'all got to realize one of the symbols for Buddha is the serpent. That's what I'm telling you. We were Buddhists. Let me show you something. Because a person may be like, Sanchez, why the hell did we have a serpent on a tree? I keep telling you, we was practicing Buddhism. The whole concept of the serpent on the tree come from Buddhism. Look at here. The serpent wrapped around the tree right there with Buddha. Now, I keep telling you, when you go to the Grand Canyon, you see the same thing. Buddhas all over the place. And you see serpents everywhere. When you go to the Pyramid Kukulkan, it got the sacred serpent on it. How many of you guys are familiar with that? The pyramid in North America with the serpent on it right here. The feathered serpent was the Mayan deity of resurrection and reincarnation way before Jesus. People, indigenous Americans, had the serpent for resurrection. And guess what? The serpent wasn't a blood sacrifice. It ain't like we killed the snake and put it on the cross to remove our sins. That ain't what our shit represented. The serpent represented resurrection because the serpent represents the spirit force inside of man. That's the part of you that rise up out of the body when you die. That's why the serpent represents ascension, resurrection before Christ. Before Christ, we was teaching people that the spirit within you is going to rise up and live on when you die, regardless of what you did. Hinduism teaches that immortality is going to be given to you no matter what. Let me explain something to y'all. In our original spiritual system, you don't got to do good to be immortal. In our original spiritual system, if you got a soul, you're gonna be immortal anyway. If you got a soul, you can't die. No one can give you immortality. If you are an immortal, you're just an immortal. Nothing can create you, nothing can destroy you. You've been here forever. There's no beginning to your soul, and there's no end to it. The only beginning is when your soul entered the body. Now it forgot who the hell it is as an immortal sovereign being. But it will remember when it died. Now check this out. Immortality ain't a gift. It's just what the fuck we are. No one can give you immortality. No one can take it from you. In the old system, we taught that if you do bad, you will live forever having bad shit happen to you with karma. We didn't teach that if you do bad, you ain't gonna get immortality from Jesus Christ, who is the blood sacrifice. No, that creates a servitude system to where now I got to worship and be a servant to Christ so I can get immortality. No, we didn't have a system of servitude. We had a system of sovereignty, meaning that you're gonna be immortal regardless. But how you're gonna be is up to you. Whether you live forever with a good experience or whether you live forever with bad shit keep happening to you in all of your lifetimes. That was what we taught. That was what we taught in our system. You didn't have to beg nobody for immortality. What you had to do was work on yourself for good karma. Heaven ain't a place. Heaven is a system of currency, spiritual currency, meaning how much good shit you've done. Because all the good shit you doing, you're building up spiritual currency on a karmatic economic system. You have a spiritual economic system and you have an earthly one. The gurus, they didn't have a lot of money like Jesus, but they was rich in the kingdom of heaven because they come from a higher realm where they already balling out. They just came down here in this little shithole to wake people up. They didn't come down here to ball out. Now, mind you, I'm gonna do me a little balling. I'm still working on myself though, goddammit, you know. Y'all gotta forgive me now. I'm gonna do me some balling though. Hey, I'm keeping it real. You want me to lie? I'll keep it real. I'm gonna have me some fun and I'm gonna do some balling out. I'm a Southern nigga and we like to stunt. But that don't mean I'm gonna stop fighting the war. See, I'm trying to give y'all something. Life is beautiful, man. You can literally come to this earth and do what the fuck you wanna do because you're sovereign. Long as I don't hurt nobody else, and long as I don't, listen, I'm doing unto others as they do unto me. Other than that, I can go have me a glass of fine wine. I can put on me a Armani suit and go to the damn ball or the theater with my woman and have a good time. I'm still following the law. That's what I'm telling you. Like, the law was never meant to make life hard. The people who followed the law was indulging themselves, man. They was living in paradise. They was fucking, it was a utopia, man. That shit was a paradise. And you would think, well, if they under the law, wouldn't it be boring? Wouldn't it be a lot of authority? It's just the opposite. When we left the law, now we're servants and obedient saints who everything you do, you're being judged. You're your own law and master. If what you doing, you don't feel guilty about it, chances are you ain't doing nothing wrong, man. That's right. They try to make you feel guilty, for example, for being a young man having sex with a young woman. Oh, you're not married. You need to go pray for the blood of the blood sacrifice. But yet that same young man can go to the military and kill 1,000 people and they don't say he gotta ask for forgiveness for that. Let that sink in. What they calling a sin is just shit they don't want you to do. It ain't that God don't want you to do it. So they want to control you, but I'm free. Like, I have fun, man. I drink, I smoke, I do all that shit, and guess what? I'm still going to heaven. Because none of that shit matter, nigga. This is a war. And what matter is how many bodies you got on the field. How much ruckus and how much knowledge and information you bringing up in these deceptive times. It's a war outside of good and evil. Who you putting in work for? Because you can look at me and say, well, Sanchez enjoyed himself. He doing these, he doing that. And I'm putting that work in for the ancestors too. That's right. You can be living humble as hell and not put no work in, and you and think that, come on, bro, like y'all still in a Christian mindset with, he said a cuss word, he's not following the law. Fuck all that. Ain't none of that got to do with the law. Cuss words and having sex, smoking weed. They got y'all thinking that that shit is evil, but it's okay to go and take somebody's land. Man, y'all, bro, this shit crazy. When you let folks start dictating to you what's right and wrong, and these people are evil as hell they damn self, and you gonna tell me what's right and wrong. Nigga, I'm gonna have fun. And until my heart get guilty about it, I ain't done nothing wrong. Nigga, I'm enjoying myself past that Cavassier, my nigga. And I'ma look good, smell good, and do what the fuck I want while I put my foot on a damn enemy's neck. Talking about some, you sinning. Man, I'm having fun and kicking ass. Y'all gonna let life, well, this shit ain't supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be fun, nigga. See, that's that religious shit. Got y'all boring as hell ass lives. People sitting in the room crying because they told a lie. Man, no matter what the fuck you do, you can never be more evil than the people in power. That's right. Quit beating up on yourself and let's go fight, nigga. That's what the ancestors want, because the people got you crying and shit. Oh, I made a mistake. Chances are, most of the time, you ain't done nothing wrong. But Sanchez, man, I got drunk, man. Man, shut your ass up, nigga. That's okay. It be little bitty shit that I be seeing these Christians beat up on themselves about. Man, I had sex and I'm not married. So, have it again, nigga. Do one for me. Enjoy your life. Ain't no such thing as sinning. It's only a such thing as a war between good and evil. And guess what? If you live your life and you ain't do nothing to nobody that you didn't want done to yourself, you good. Everybody you interacting with is consenting to it. So how you harmed them and did evil? That right there is the fake guilt system that make you turn away your sovereignty so you can clean my wrongdoing with that pagan blood sacrifice. Cause I had too many beers last night. So I need the blood of this dead man to wash away my drunkenness. Like, that shit's so stupid.
Stupid.
It's so stupid. Shout out to Mario coming through, man, with the dub spot. Definitely putting in that real deal like Holyfield work. Love and salute you, bro. Keep going. Love you right back, Mario. Appreciate that, man. So let's get back to this syncretism. The serpent inside of man. Let me break some down to y'all. When the enemy showed up, we was teaching the enemy that the serpent is the teacher. The serpent is the righteous force within man that's directing his steps the right way. That's what we was teaching these folks. We showed them the image that you see on the right. And we showed them how the serpent lives within man. And the serpent is the bringer of wisdom. And the serpent actually helps guide man. It's the inner voice that's making you feel bad when you do bad. This is what we was teaching the barbarian. And he didn't like that. The barbarian hate the serpent because the serpent brings wisdom. And any And the barbarian can't control people with wisdom. The barbarian can't control people with self-control, people who listening to the voice within. In order for the barbarian to control you, he got to make you listen to the voice of God and follow God's will, the Bible, right? That's how the barbarian control you. But if you thinking for yourself and listening to the voice inside of you, you ain't listening to the voice of God. You listening to the inner voice of your own inner spirit. So the word God is the word guide. You're listening to the guide, not the God. You feel me? And so when the enemy found out all this, he said, we got to get rid of the serpent. And how did they get rid of the serpent? They said that the serpent is the devil and it is evil. It's called inverting the truth. What is inversion? For you literally to teach the opposite of what I'm saying about the same thing. It's that simple. If our ancestors is teaching that the serpent is the righteous one and the bringer of wisdom, then guess what the barbarian gonna teach? The serpent is the non-righteous one and the bringer of ignorance and confusion. And when they teach that, we're gonna stop looking within. And when the enemy teach our children that he conquered, because they gonna say, hey, enemy, what does serpent mean? And the enemy can't tell them the truth. Think about what I'm telling you. When the enemy take over your damn land, he don't remove the symbols. They still gonna be there for the next generation. So when the next generation grow up and ask about their ancestral symbols, the enemy gotta revise the meaning of the symbol to make you a barbarian and to take you away from your ancestral connection and the spiritual path of your ancestors. So now when people say, well, what's the meaning of this serpent? The enemy say that serpent is evil. That serpent is the devil. And when the enemy says that, guess what the enemy just said? Evil lives inside of man. Look at the image, y'all. I'm trying to teach you why they are telling everybody we are inherently evil. The serpent represents evil in the barbarian system. And guess what? It is known that the serpent lives within man. They inverted the whole story. They inverted the whole shit. They know for a fact that the image of the serpent inside of man ain't gonna go nowhere. See, this image that I'm showing you now, the Christians call this New Age demonology. When a Christian see this shit, they look at this as Satanism. They look at all this chakra, kundalini shit with snakes and serpent. These Christians look at this as evil, what I'm showing you right now. They condemn this type of shit. In their mind, the serpent is the devil and it's inside of man. This is how we strayed away from this and start teaching we got to get the serpent out of us. We're born in sin with the devil in us. I'm telling y'all how it started. When our ancestors was trying to teach the barbarians this truth, the barbarians couldn't handle the truth. So they revised the truth, inverted the truth. And now people are scared of their own inner voice. And they're taught, don't lean onto your own understanding. Don't use your own will. Follow God's will. Meaning follow the external voice that's coming from your government. Follow the external voice that's coming from your pastor, your community, your church, your homeboys, because I lost a lot of homeboys. Because them niggas is Muslims and Christians and they into religion. I'm non-religious, my nigga. And I'm from the Bible Belt. And I lost a lot of homies. It's crazy because these are niggas that I was killing and stealing and shooting with. And we're not friends because I'm not part of your cult anymore. It ain't even like them niggas following Jesus. That's what I'm telling y'all. Think about what I'm telling you. It's niggas right now that ain't my friend no more because I don't follow Jesus. Facts. And these niggas don't follow Jesus either. They just believe in him. But them niggas is street niggas. I can't make this up. I got homies right now that live a street life. They don't go to church. They in them streets. And they look at me like I'm evil because I don't worship Christ, nigga. And them niggas selling drugs and everything with a Jesus charm around their neck, and they think they better than your boy. Let that sink in, bro. Some of y'all can relate to this shit. Them niggas treat you like you got the cooties because you're non-religious now. And it ain't even like they following the fucking religion. Them niggas is out there wilding. I'm telling you, bro, it's weird, my nigga. It's weird, bro. It's weird. Some of y'all like, damn, that's some real shit. I can relate to that. Yeah, they started teaching that the inner voice was evil. Once the barbarian inverted this symbol, once the barbarian made the serpent evil, by default, he made man evil because the serpent dwells within man. And this goes back to what I was telling y'all, why these people teach that we're inherently evil. They teach that you're born with the devil in you because we was teaching about the Kundalini. But this ain't got nothing to do with no evil dragon in you making you do wrong. It has everything to do with an inner voice within you making you do right. But now don't nobody listen to their inner voice no more because they believe that that's the devil in them. And that is their own ignorant, inherently evil understanding. People ignore the voice within them and they wait for a sign outside in the world. I see people living their life like that. They say a prayer and they just go live their life and they say, I'm waiting on a sign from God to let me know if I should take this job or not. And then they'll say some shit like, honey, I was riding down the road. I said, Jesus, please tell me what to do. I don't know if I should take this job or not. And honey, I saw lightning strike in the sky and 3 birds flew across the street. And I said, that's the Lord telling me I better take this job. People are looking for external signals for them to control their behavior and to approve of their actions instead of going within. A person will say, I'm going to pray and look for a sign from God when they feel it in their heart already. Something in their heart can be telling them, don't take that new job. And they will ignore that shit and say a prayer and wait on some spook, dumbass sign and go off of that, y'all. I see this shit happening. Man, I prayed to God to send me a sign. And one day I was asleep and I said, man, the neighbor's dog is barking real loud today. The neighbor's dog don't never bark that loud. And this was the same day that I asked God to give me a sign, Sanchez, on whether or not I should get back with my ex or not. And God gave me a sign because the neighbor's dog don't never bark that loud. And it was right after I said the prayer, Sanchez, that dog was going crazy. I know that was a sign from God.
Stupid.
What? It's literally people living their lives like this. Come on now, dog. It's literally people living their fucking lives like that, y'all. Looking for little signs and shit. Sanchez, I was asking God whether I should do it or should I not. I just sat back and wait on the sign, Sanchez. And one day, my brother came in the room and he farted, and that fart was so stanky that I said, Sanchez, that gotta be a sign from God. It was right after I asked God to give me a sign. Hey, this the shit people, bro, I ain't making this up. It's sad. People literally gambling their they living like that. External shit. Ain't nobody listening to the voice within because they've been taught you can't trust that. Yeah, Sanchez, God gave me a stinky sign, but it was a sign. You can't tell me that wasn't God talking to me through that fart, because my brother farts don't stink like that. And it was right after I asked God for a sign, and it was stinky, Sanchez. Bro, I'm from the Bible Belt. I done heard all kind of crazy stuff, but I didn't know it was crazy because I was indoctrinated too. But now that I'm woke, I gotta look back and laugh at that shit, bro. Like, but it's sad though. It's really sad though. It's funny, but I ain't gonna lie, it's really sad, man, because it's literally people living their life like that. That must be miserable, bro. Every time you turn around, they in some kind of bind. They standing up giving a testimony of another fucked up situation God gotta get them out of. You know why? They living their life on a gamble mode, looking for external cues, and they calling it God, and it's just nothing. It's sad, bro. It's really sad, man. That's why I want y'all to share this type of stuff, because this kind of content brought me out the church. So it probably can do it for somebody else if it ain't nothing but a few people, man, to come out of that paradigm. We save some folks, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste, bro. You ain't using your mind looking for external signals to direct your actions. And to think that it's millions of people living like that, not hundreds, dude, millions. This way of thinking is literally a system that people are born in and taught that it's the right way to operate. Yeah, my dog's barking. You know that's a sign from God. I wonder what God trying to tell me. Maybe God telling me somebody at my front door.
Stupid.
Look, the spirit talking. Like that's literally, yeah, but y'all got it. Y'all got it. But do you get what I'm saying about the serpent? Once they made the serpent literal as an evil deity called Satan, now the same symbol that we use to make us good, think about what I'm telling y'all about this serpent. This serpent is what made us sovereign, because sovereignty means free will. Free will means the will of the soul. That's why people who practice free will, they was taught to do what? Follow their heart. Your heart is the real you that's want to make, because when we're faced with a decision, we're going and battling our mind. We confused on what to do. And the ancestors said to silence yourself, because the higher self always knows the best answer. But we don't do that. We're taught to just make a decision out of the external chaos versus going within. And we're taught that's the right way to do it, because if we go within, the wrong answer is in us. Think about that. Inside of us is all the right answers we need, but they got us looking outside of us, and we can't get stuff going right for ourselves. But we will refuse to look within because they're teaching us leaning on your own understanding gonna create you a life of chaos. But guess what? Following the will of God got people in a life of chaos already. You see what I'm saying? That's just like a Christian will tell you, but what if Jesus is real? Then you going to hell, Sanchez. They're gambling. They're living their life off of what if. And they will tell you, even though, Sanchez, you making a lot of sense, I'ma still believe in Jesus just because I'm not losing nothing if I don't believe, but I'm gaining something if I do believe. That's what they'll tell you. They will say, but Sanchez, what if Jesus was real? I don't want to go to hell, but here go the truth though. It's just the opposite. What if the law of karma is real? You going to hell. And guess how we know the law of karma real? You feel bad when you do wrong, even when God say it's okay. So keep following God and doing wrong. Talking about, but what if God is real? I'm gonna go to hell if I don't follow God. No. What if the law of karma is real? Then you following Jesus gonna condemn you to hell. Now, which one is more likely to be real? A white dude doing miracles and a white dude that came to the earth doing all the miracles, but he didn't free niggas from slave master. Jesus walked right by slaves and healed a blind man. Jesus walked past slaves that was picking cotton. Y'all don't want to talk about this. Jesus didn't free no slaves, but he healed a blind man. Jesus was saying, look at what I can do. I can walk on water. But you didn't overturn the world power from the Caesar. You submitted to the Caesar and let him kill your ass while trying to make me be impressed because you walked on water, nigga. A miracle would have been to overthrow Caesar versus sit your ass up there and let evil prevail. I'ma die for y'all sins. I'ma die so you can be able to cheat on your wife. I'ma die so you can tell a lie and wash it away in my blood. But I'ma come to the earth with all this goddamn power and let evil keep prevailing. But the only thing I'ma do is deliver y'all some pagan ass blood so you can do wrong and get away with it. I'ma come to the earth and sacrifice myself so niggas can gamble and get drunk and get away with it. But I ain't gonna do nothing to the Caesar. I'm not gonna come to this world and defeat evil. I'ma come to this world and make it okay to do evil and get away with it. Niggas, stop me when I lie. Let me let my mic cool off. That shit on fire, nigga. Oh, shit. Mike burnt my hand, y'all. Let's take a minute break. It normally takes a red hot microphone about a minute to cool off. I would pour water on it, but it's electric. So get his mic a minute. That shit's smoking. Yeah, Jesus walked past all them slaves and said, look what I can do. I can walk on water. Jesus was like Chris Angel. That shit was all for show and spectacle. Jesus ain't come to take evil out the world. He came to shed his blood so you can do evil and get away with it. And y'all think y'all following righteousness. So you see what they did with the symbols, right? They inverted this truth by taking a spiritual symbol and making it a literal symbol. This serpent was you see how the serpent is wrapped around a pole? It ain't nothing but a sine wave. Now, don't you know what the symbol for energy is? Is right here. It's just energy in motion. It's all. It's the serpent. Let me share some with you. See, because serpents wrap themselves around a branch, and that's how they travel the tree. They don't just go in a straight line. They wrap around a branch and they go like a screw, and they go from parts of the one part of the tree to the other. You see it all the time. Here it is. Why did the ancestors choose this for the spiritual symbol? Well, it's called transitioning. The soul in your body is using the central nervous system as a highway to get from the lower realm to the higher realm, just like this snake is using the tree branch to get from one location to another. Now, drop a one if that makes sense, y'all, because it's my job as a syncretist to reconnect you with the ancient interpretation of these symbols, and I try to do it in a way to make it simple. All right? Just like a snake uses a tree branch as a highway, right? The soul within your body is using your central nervous system as a stairway to heaven. It's starting at the root chakra and it's climbing all the way up to the crown chakra to where it's gonna exit your body and free itself from the simulation. You will have an out-of-body experience and you will leave the body and leave the earth, aka death or transitioning. So the sine wave is showing you how energy travels, how energy transports itself, how energy transportation, how energy, transports itself. What the hell I'm saying? Yeah, so we showing you the transport system that spiritual energy uses to get from point A to point B. And the best way to teach this is looking at a snake on a tree. Our ancestors would teach you stuff, but using nature and speaking in parable and analogy. But if you take this stuff literally, you're going to become a barbaric Christian following the papacy, thinking that there was a talking snake on a tree talking to Adam and Eve, because you're taking it literal when it's supposed to be taken spiritual. Yeah, Christians believe that there was a real talking snake on the tree talking, but snakes don't talk no more, but they was talking at that time. And the thing is, the snake that's talking to you, trying to influence you to be like God, is the voice inside of you trying to make you activate your God self, your higher mind. The barbarians started teaching us that that was a bad thing. Yeah, the barbarian tricked you. He said, man, Satan is evil because he wants you to be like God. Wait a minute, dog. Ain't that the goal of religion? Now think about that. If you are a religious priest and you telling your people it's wrong to imitate God, what the fuck are we doing? Ain't that the whole point of religion? To try to be good? Ain't religion to make us good? You can't spell good without God. So imitating God is imitating good. They got y'all evil as hell, boy. They got everything backwards. Shout out to Charity for that donation. Supporting independent research. Yeah, a Christian would tell you, if you go up in a church and say, I want to be like God, people will rebuke you. They'll rebuke you, man. If you tell a Christian right now, man, I want to be like God, they'll say, ooh, that's blasphemy. You evil, boy. How the hell am I evil for trying to be like God? Wouldn't that make me good? It'll make me evil if I'm trying to be like the devil, right? If we looking for a good example of righteousness, shouldn't we be trying to be like God? Christians will tell you that. They'll say, nigga said he trying to be like God. That's blasphemy, nigga. You can't be like God. But see, the whole thing is that's what we was telling people. We was telling, listen, be like the inner voice inside of you. Because the inner voice inside of us is always telling us the right thing to do. But we go against it and listen to our flesh and our body. When they was, think about what we was teaching the barbarian. We taught the barbarian that the serpent has the wisdom to make man a god. But the barbarian didn't like that because the barbarian want man to be a servant that he can control and subdue. So when the barbarian heard this, he said, we got to revise this. We got to change this. Right. And the barbarian made that blasphemy when he made the serpent guilty of a crime for trying to help us out. Something that was good became bad now. And we was teaching folks, listen, the inner voice within you will make you like a god. It will make you your best version. That's beautiful. But when the barbarian get hold to it, oh, that's evil. Why? Because it go against your system. It makes every human accountable for their actions. And it makes them a practitioner of free will and sovereignty. And in that system, you can't have rulers, authority, and a fiat government. The only way you can have a fiat government and a debt system is if it's founded on religion. Everywhere you see Abrahamic faith being practiced, you see a debt system with foreigners controlling that land and the indigenous people at the bottom. Tell me I'm lying. Everywhere you see where the papacy set up, everywhere we went at and gave people God who didn't have it, they're now at the bottom of society and they don't own nothing. They're servants now, but they was once sovereign. You can have a tribe in the jungle, sovereign. Ain't nobody ruling over them. They minding their business, living in paradise on their own land. Ain't no damn authority over them. And then the Christians come, give them the Bible, and guess what they teach them? When the Christians came and gave us the Bible, they make you want authority over you. You pray for authority. Give me a master. You know why? The first master you accept is spiritual. And when you accept him, you accept the physical version. What am I meaning? Once you accept, because this is what they do, right? The barbarian tell you that the serpent in your ancestral teachings is evil. He teach the new kids that our ancestors was worshiping the devil. And in this new system, it's easy for them to believe that, because think about this, right? If I go back home right now in Alabama, I'm from the Bible Belt. In the South, well, in the world, they teach that the ancients worship the devil. The ancients was into paganism and they worshiped evil deities and they sacrificed kids to like the devil, the evil deities. That's what they teach about, right? And most Christians believe that their ancestors was worshiping the devil. And they will tell you, I'm glad that the white man conquered us. Everything happened for a reason. If the white man didn't enslave us, we would still be worshiping the devil, going to hell. We wouldn't have salvation. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you heard that before. It's sad. It's sad. People will tell you, I'm glad my land was taken. I'm glad I'm no longer sovereign because I get to go to heaven now when I die. Even though, bro, you been was gonna go to heaven. What I'm telling you, man. So when the enemy came to our land and conquered it, he taught the children after the reset that all of the ancient symbols was evil and that the ancient people was into paganism. And because of that, people will tell you our ancestors worship pagan gods. If you never heard this before, you ain't been in the church. I'm from the Bible Belt too. I'm from the Bible Belt. If you show a nigga a chakra chart in the South, they gonna say that that shit is satanic. So people will tell you, yeah, some of y'all ain't grow up in the church and you saying you never heard that. Well, guess what? Duh. I'm assuming you are spent your life in the church. Okay? He saved a wretch like me. Yeah, that's what they say. Duh. You tell a Christian right now, real quick. My land was taken. I can't hear my audio back. And it's messing me up. Yeah. So people are saying, I never heard nobody say that. Guess what, y'all? That don't mean I'm wrong. It means you under a rock. You're wrong. I can pull up videos right now. What I'm saying, I got receipts. You just talking. Like, for you to try to make it like I'm lying is weird. I ain't gotta lie about that. It's viral videos of black people saying, I'm glad for slavery. Thank God for slavery. I've been doing this shit for over a decade. Y'all niggas are under a fucking rock. Like I'm making some shit up and then you gotta make me waste time to goddamn show you dumbasses receipts. You know what I don't like? When I say something and people try to act like I'm fucking lying. I never heard nobody say that. Well, bitch, that's your problem, motherfucker. You don't know then. That shit's all over the internet. Jesse Lee Peterson went viral saying that shit. Thank God for slavery. Charleston White agrees with him. Here go another one. Thank God for slavery. Kimberly Daniels, that's a big time pastor. Kimberly Daniels got a big church. Thanks God for slavery. You can keep on doing this. Thank God for slavery. Thank God for slavery. Ain't nobody making this shit up, man. Here is the image of Jesus Christ that they got up at the Vatican. And boy, is it something. Because Jesus is literally a serpent. Look at it. It's a snake head. And the snake is on a tree. You know what's crazy about this? They telling you right in your face what your original spiritual system was. I told you, when the barbarians showed up in this land, we was practicing Buddhism. So look at Buddha right there in the tree. And look at what the white man did. He turned that shit to his God and said, listen, the new version is a real blood sacrifice that died on this tree for your sins. You hear what I'm saying? Our ancestors said that Buddha was the name of the voice of God within you. Buddha ain't no real person. Buddha is just a name they're given to the soul within man. And here's how the Christians corrupted Buddhism and turned it into Christianity. I'm giving you the images right now. Hey, let's give a big shout out to Holy Viking for the donation. Check this out, folks. Why do we see images of Jesus in the middle of a tree? When you go to these old cathedrals and temples and you look at a lot of this stained art, when you open up some of these old Bibles and old manuscripts and they got these colorful illustrations, check this out, right? Ask your pastor, why are there so many images of Jesus inside of a damn tree? Did he die on a cross or on a tree? Ask your pastor that. Because your pastor gonna scratch his head. He gonna say, you know what? I don't know why Jesus on that tree. Jesus supposed to be on a cross, but he on a tree. You know why Jesus on that tree? Because Jesus is the serpent. The real Jesus was the serpent at first, and he was trying to teach man and woman how to be like God. And they got rid of the real Jesus, and they gave you the fake ass Jesus right here on that tree, who's saying, I'm a blood sacrifice to remove your wrongdoings. You see the difference? In order for you to be like God, you have to take accountability for your wrongdoings, because if you don't, you ain't gonna master yourself. When you master yourself, you literally become God. God is, what is a God? Because that's the part y'all missing. God was simply a title that they gave a sovereign individual that was ruling over themselves. That's why Jesus had the title of God. Why? Because Jesus didn't follow the Caesar. Jesus didn't operate under the world system of getting rid of accountability and world conquest. Jesus, the real Jesus, operated under do unto others as you have them do unto you. And that's why Jesus lived such a good, righteous life. It was never about the crucifixion. It was about the example of how to live. Christ said, I didn't come to do away with the law. I came to fulfill it. That means I came to show you damn barbarians how to follow the law, because y'all keep saying this shit is too hard. And Christ said, man, give me this law. Let me show you how to do this shit. It ain't that hard to not kill, not steal, to keep your hands to your damn self. Look at me. But somebody lied to y'all. They said Christ came to do away with the law. Now you don't gotta follow the law and behave yourself. That ain't why Christ came. It had nothing to do with blood sacrifice. Christ came to fulfill the law. So how the fuck do we get into blood sacrifice? Because you ain't following the real Christ. Guess who you following? Paul. Paul was a Roman. And Paul kept writing letters to the Romans, and you got to ask yourself a question. If Paul is my homeboy, why the fuck he keep writing letters to my enemies? I got a future video coming out. I'm going to prove to y'all Paul was the real Judas. Everything Jesus taught, Paul taught the opposite. Paul made his own goddamn religious system, and that's what everybody under the day. They ain't Christians, they're Paulinians. Paul was working with Rome before he even got with Christ. He was killing Christians. Then when Paul got with Christ, he kept in contact with the damn Romans while they was persecuting. How the fuck you a Christian now, but you still keeping in touch with the ops? That's like a blood turning into a crip, but you still calling your blood homies every day. No, bro. Once you cross over to this crippin', you gotta leave all them your blood. Nigga, no. What you doing? Paul was a damn infiltrator, and he created this new system y'all under, and I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove that the church is in alignment with the teachings of Paul and ain't doing nothing Jesus said. I'm gonna prove it. Paul literally told the Romans when he wrote them, because we're not under the law. Paul is the one that created the doctrine of exemption. And when they revised and gave us the New Testament, they made Christ speak and say, well, I'm coming to be a sacrifice. Yeah, Christ is saying he coming to die for our sins. But which Christ is saying it? The white version. This is the Christ that's saying it. The pagan version. The real Christ was a serpent. And this serpent was not telling Adam and Eve, I'm on this tree to die for your sins. That serpent was telling Adam and Eve, if you listen to me, I can make you like God. Because that's the voice inside of you that's giving you internal wisdom. That's your higher self. If you're in alignment with the voice within you, you are now God. Because what was Jesus, right? Jesus lived his whole life in communion with God, listening to the voice of God within him, directing his actions, and he wasn't doing evil. That's the example we need to imitate. Forget the cross and the blood sacrifice. That's what Paul got y'all thinking about. The whole story of Christ to begin with was to teach barbarians, to give them a superhero, an archetype that they can look up to follow the law. You got to keep in mind, the barbarian keep telling the world, he taught us how to be good. It's the other way around. We didn't even have no commandments and no Bible. The law is written in our heart because we got a consciousness as sovereign beings. But when the barbarian showed up and we tried to give him the spiritual system, guess what we realized? Damn, this nigga ain't got no spirit. We tried to give them a spiritual system only to find out they don't have spirits. So guess what we gave them instead? Religion. A list of do's and don'ts. If you don't have a soul, you gotta be told what's right and wrong because you can't feel it. The moment a motherfucker with a soul is doing something wrong, they feel it in their heart, nigga. Tell me I'm lying. You ain't even gotta do it. You can just be planning it out. When you're planning out this robbery, your heart is beating your ass. It's telling you, you know you wrong, right? You know you doing wrong, right? And guess what you gotta do? Hit the blunt, hit the liquor, and ignore the voice within you. I know, because I grew up in the streets, nigga. All them nights we was shooting shit up, jumping on niggas, getting our shoes bloody from jumping on them. Nigga, I felt bad about it. I had to ignore the voice within me that was telling me, you know you wrong. Because I got a soul. There are some people out there that can do wrong and feel nothing. And we imitate them. We're imitating the barbarians. We are teaching young men, toughen up, nigga. Harden yourself up. Like you should be able to kill a nigga and feel okay about it, nigga. You gangster, right? No, nigga. The barbarians was able to kill up a whole society of people. And they was sang songs after that shit. They had niggas hanging on trees while they was eating and singing songs over here. They don't feel no guilt. So how do you tame a person like that don't feel guilt? You got to tell them verbatim, do not kill, do not steal, do not lie. You don't got to tell a nigga with a soul that, because he can feel it when he doing wrong. The barbarian told y'all he gave y'all religion to make you a good person. And the truth is, when the barbarian showed up, he didn't know nothing about religion or spirituality. He knew something about capitalism. That was his spiritual system. He knew how to capitalize off people's mistakes and weaknesses. If the enemy saw you slipping, he'll take your shit over. You better not be slipping, because he's going to capitalize off your mistake. That's their system. They never had a religious system or a spiritual system. They only know if he's weak and I'm strong, I can take his shit. That's called capitalizing. I'm stronger than him. Ooh, I can take his stuff because I'm stronger than him. Let me capitalize off the fact that I'm stronger. That's called a capitalist, aka a barbarian. They never gonna get enough stuff to make them happy, because it's not about taking your stuff. It's about overpowering you because I can. This is the way barbarians think. People may say, well, don't you think if you get enough gold and diamonds and land, you ought to be good? It ain't about the gold and the land. It's about the fact that there's some people over there who's weaker than us and no one's ruling over them. That's the way the barbarian think. He looks at it like, wait a minute. There's some people over there that I'm stronger than, and I haven't overpowered them yet and made them my servants. We got to go take that too. The barbarian feels like, if I'm stronger than you, then guess what? God want me to be ruling over you. That's why he created survival of the fittest, the strongest win. We didn't create that in our society. The strong didn't overpower the weak in our system, because if you were strong as hell, you still had to follow the law. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. You couldn't just go and take that man's shit just because you stronger than him and you can, like a bully. Because you had to follow the law to be a part of our society. That ensured that everyone behaved themselves and treated everybody right, even if you could beat me up. Maybe you can beat me up and take my shit. But guess what? The bullies in Tartaria treated everyone good. The bullies in a barbarian system were their leaders. In other words, there were two different kind of people living on earth. There were two ways of governing your societies, and the barbarians had their little pockets of societies practicing it their way, but most of the world was under the law. The barbarians took over when they entered the free world. They exercised free will, they mingled with us, and then their true nature came out when it was too late. We had trusted them, taught them everything, they learned our ways, and they turned it over. They rewrote everything, got rid of the old system. But the truth is that we created religion for them because they don't have a soul. We never had laws and commandments. We just had the law. And the law wasn't written on paper, it's written in our hearts. It's the law of karma. It's not enforced by no earthly authority. It's not enforced by a king, a priest, a pastor. It's enforced by the universe. It's a universal law, not a man-made law, not no commandment from God. It's a law that's in the very fabric of reality. It's called cause and effect. Just like fire. For example, there's a law, right, that fire burns or whatever. And this law will not bend or yield to anybody. If you're a newborn baby, fire will burn you up. It ain't gonna discriminate. You can be an old lady. That fire is gonna burn you up. Because these elements are following universal laws. And guess what? Universal laws don't give a fuck who you is and who you pray to and what kind of sacrifice you did. If you think the blood of Jesus gonna get rid of your karma, you a fool. That's like saying, I'm covered in Jesus' blood, so burn me with the fire. I won't get burned. Man, that fire gonna burn your ass up too. These universal laws don't know favoritism. Yeah, the laws of the universe don't give a fuck if you're a little bitty baby. You can be a newborn baby. If you leave that baby in the cold, it's gonna freeze to death. The laws of the universe ain't gonna say, but that's a little bitty baby and it don't know no better. They will not bend to nothing or nobody. So the people that told you you can get around universal law with blood sacrifice, they made your ass a pagan, and you on your way to hell. And hell ain't no place with fire. It's you gonna keep being born again, being a dumbass and a barbarian. How did we hand over sovereignty via religion? I just went over it. By agreeing that we are inherently evil. Why do we agree that we are evil by nature? Well, it's one thing because we just believe it because we indoctrinated in it. But the original history is that of us. How did they ended up teaching humans that you're born with the devil in you? When they inverted the system long time ago, they literally taught you that God was the devil, and they taught you that the devil was God. They switched everything around. So when people thinking that they're following God today, they literally following the Antichrist and the devil, the barbarians. And when people leaning into their own understanding, thinking for themselves, conspiracy theories, you are literally following the true God, you tinfoil hatters. Because that's what Jesus was. When Jesus came to the earth, he was teaching everything opposite of what the scientists, the Pharisees, the Sadducees was teaching. He was a conspiracy theorist. When Jesus came to the earth, everybody and their mama was teaching that the Greek gods ruled from Olympia and that humans dwelled in the earth realm as mere mortals who could not be immortals. They was teaching humans at that time that the only immortals was the gods of Olympia, and that humans were mere mortals. When we die, we just stop. Nothing. You don't live on because you don't have immortality. Immortality didn't come until they gave the blood sacrifice with Jesus. Immortality existed, but they said it was a gift of the gods because humans could never do what's right to achieve it because we too evil. That's what they was teaching. When Jesus came to the earth, Jesus was telling motherfuckers, ye are gods, and the kingdom of heaven is inside of you. They had to kill Jesus because they was teaching that the kingdom of heaven is called Olympia and it's way up there. And you got to beg and cry and plead to go there. Christ was saying, listen, man, the kingdom of heaven is inside of you. It's the voice within you. Once you start listening to the voice within you, it will direct your path to the kingdom of heaven. Your soul knows everything you got to do to lead you to the higher realm. When you're not in alignment with that, guess what? You will reincarnate. You missed the mark. They flipped everything. People serving God, but you serving the devil. And the thing about it, a Christian will call you a conspiracy theorist for going against the structure of the world, for going against authority. Christians will call you a conspiracy theory for going against the status quo and being a rebel rouser. And that's exactly what Jesus was. These people aren't Christians. They're Zionists that are maintaining Zionism and the status quo. The moment someone start teaching anything other than blood sacrifice, they say that's a conspiracy theorist. He don't believe in God. Or he believes he is God. He's a blasphemer, an evil person. But guess what though? The true God of the universe said we're made in its image. If my last name is Smith and my son is born through my DNA, and he's a Smith. We're both Smiths. I'm not a bigger Smith than my son. He's made in my image. He's a Smith just like me, equally. You feel me? Likewise, you've been made in the image of God. You are a God. You are that which you came from. An apple that comes from an apple tree is an apple. It just don't get no simpler than that. You are that which you came from. And if I come from God, I am God. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's like me, you know, you can't be nothing other than that which is the source. Like if this thing didn't exist, you wouldn't exist. That means you're inseparable from the thing that is the source of your existence, bro. That's right. In other words, it's impossible to separate a creation from the creator. It's to say that Bob Ross is his art. Sanchez is his teachings. I am that which I create. And it's like, it couldn't have been created if I wasn't uniquely me. You can't separate the creation from the creator. You're a reflection of that which generated you. And so you're gods, just like Christ said. You ain't servants. Gods don't go through life on their knees. They go through life sitting still, Indian style, like this. They don't pray, they meditate. So what we must realize is that we consent to servitude and we turn over sovereignty just by subscribing to religion. It don't matter what religion you in, if it's an Abrahamic faith, they all teach that humans are inherently evil. The Nation of Islam teach that black people became slaves because we broke some law. It's the will of God for the enemy to rule over you. Hebrew Israelites teach the same thing. Black people are at the bottom because we broke God's law, so he chose the enemy to rule over us. They are basically sanctioning your servitude and making it God's will for your people to be oppressed. And people say you should watch out for the boule. Nigga, what I'm teaching right now is exposing the boule. That's right. I'm showing you the agenda of the boule. The boule's job is to keep black people under the will of the barbarian and disconnected from free will, sovereignty, and our ancestors. Every ethnicity got their own boule. The people at the top of every one ethnicity is pushing Abrahamism. Why y'all think that the Nation of Islam is so powerful? Why you think the black church so powerful? Why the fuck you think, I hate to say this because I love these niggas. Why you think the nation of gods and earth so powerful? We hand over free sovereignty through this religious system. Now, let me tell you, I want to be a 5%er. I ain't gonna lie, though, because I don't believe in Allah. I'm not religious. I know the 5% nation is based on a religion, but the reason I want to be a 5%er is for other reasons. Because I want to network and I like a lot of the guys who are 5%ers, like Mike Rashid. I watch a lot of his shit. And by the way, Mike Rashid, I've been getting right. And I'm telling you right now, bro, I used to, let me go off subject a minute. So, cause Willie listening. And Willie, if you talk to Mike, you let him know, nigga, like you let motherfuckers know, bro. I was on some real shit mentally. but I'm in a better place now. I'm not on some let me defend flat earth shit. If you don't believe it, that's you, right? I'm gonna keep teaching it to the people who do. But I wasn't always here. I was on some it's wartime shit. And that's because I just got through telling the people I was in a bad place mentally, man. Family, friends. Man, you lose so much when you change this paradigm. And it can make you negative. It can make you everybody trying to get me. But one thing I want to teach y'all here today, because that's just me ranting. Let me get back on subject. People don't realize free will and sovereignty go hand in hand, and that you can be a self-master or a servant. Islam, I am self-law and master, is not a religion. It's a spiritual system and a universal contract of how we must, an agreement and a covenant on how we must govern ourselves in the flesh as soul beings. That's all that shit is. The form of Islam you see practiced today, again, is the barbarians revised everything and watered everything down. So you got all of these different little groups like Islam, the church, and all that. But when your third eye get open, you realize it's just the same shit. It's the same shit. It's like another different God I got to pray to make sure that I go to heaven and that I receive immortality. But the truth is, you don't got to beg for immortality. You're immortal, man. You can't die. Listen to me. The soul inside of your body is gonna live on whether you like it or not, because it's immortal. It's just due to the very nature of what your soul is. It's not a mortal object. It's not made out of fucking bones and blood and flesh. It's made out of light. Light can't decay. Light can't decompose. If you know what the fuck you are, you would never be on your knees praying for immortality. That's right. You can't die. And our ancestors, immortality wasn't even nothing that we thought was like, ooh, I'm gonna be immortal. It's regular shit, man. Okay, you can't die. We know that. That wasn't nothing that got us excited. What we was excited about was, okay, we can't die. Now I want to know what kind of life I'm going to live. If I'm going to live forever, do I want to live in chaos or a peaceful state? Heaven and hell was never about immortality and non-immortality. Because even with that, even if you go to hell, you still immortal. You just burning up forever, goddammit. They lied to y'all. You got to pray to Jesus to live forever, for eternity. Seek Jesus if you want to, be eternal and be immortal. Man, even the worst evilest motherfucker with a soul gonna live forever. It's people with souls who are evil as hell, and they gonna keep living. They soul can't die. They just gonna experience bad karma. That's what hell is. Heaven is you keep living on in good situations. But either way, you keep living on. No one never said you ain't gonna be immortal when you die if you don't do this. The barbarians tricked y'all like that. You wanna live forever? Then follow Jesus. Follow the blood sacrifice. Join our paganism cult. And the only reason you'll fall for that is if you're ignorant to who you really are. Hold up, y'all. All right, so excuse me. Yeah, I already told y'all how they will say it's God's will for all of this evil, all of this warfare. They will say, yeah, this just the signs of the times. Because God wrote all of this evil. And because God wrote it, it got to manifest. It's prophecy. Actually, God didn't write this, and it's not divine will. This is the will of the people in power's forefathers. Think about what I'm telling you. If Sanchez get real rich and I write my will to leave for my people, that will is going to be thick as hell. Let me break some down to you. If you ain't rich and you ain't got a lot, your will ain't going to be that long, okay? It's going to be a few pages. But listen, if you have conquered half of the world, like the people in power ancestors did, you want to know how big the will of their forefathers is? The size of a Bible. They telling you that the Bible is God's will. That's a lot of stuff God want to happen from Genesis to Revelation. And ain't none of it in alignment with helping the saints out. It's all in alignment with helping the evil people get more powerful. The question is, if the people in power are carrying out the will of God, what God? Can't be the true God of the universe. It's the God that's leading us to transhumanism, a digital system, data centers. Remember, that's God's will. It's written that the evil people gonna get more powerful. Inflation gonna rise. The saints gonna be more persecuted. Now think about it. Why will it be God's will for shit to keep getting worse for the righteous people? Ain't we learned our lesson yet? Damn it, God. How long you gonna fucking keep punishing your children, man? Y'all broke my orders in the past, so I'ma let your enemy rule over you. Well, how fucking long because my enemy breaking your damn orders, God? Shit. Now, come on now, God. You gonna let these barbarians rule over your people because we broke your law? And the barbarians still breaking your law. They created a whole system to get around your law, God. And you letting them rule? My grandma go to church every day. My auntie praying every day. And you got these barbarians ruling over her. That's the will of God. God coming back to the earth in the end of days to beat up on the saints. Why the evil people don't get a scratch on them. I remember when I was in the church, I used to read the book of Revelation and I used to shit my pants. But I used to tell myself, lease is over. God gonna get his little wrath out and he gonna beat our ass and then we gonna be with Jesus on the cloud. Because when God sent them 4 horsemen, that was my scariest part of Revelation. Scariest part of Revelation, nigga, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Because them horsemen don't give a fuck who you is. When disease come, even if you go to church every day, you gonna get the disease. When war break out, the bomb gonna drop on the saints too. And that's what I was saying to myself, like, God mad at evil, but he just coming back shooting in the crowd like, I don't care who I hit type shit. Like, damn, God, I'm on your team, nigga. It's friendly fire. Friendly fire, God. We on the same team. You shooting at me, nigga. God don't give a fuck who he hit when he come back. He's mad and everybody gonna get fucked up. Like, that's silly. That's so silly, God. Why don't you come back and fuck up the evil people? Nope. God mad because y'all been sinning, and when he send them 4 horsemen, everybody gonna get. Well, damn it, God. Don't you got a system to pinpoint who gets punished? Nope. Just fucking shit up. The horsemen just shooting shit up. They just shooting in the crowd. Some God. This is something I really want y'all to remember. When the barbarians showed up to our land, you got to try to tap into what that culture shock must have been like. Now, just hear me out for a minute. Imagine yourself as a barbarian. You're born and raised in these sick societies that get chicken pox, smallpox. Y'all ain't got, not only do y'all don't have a spiritual system and a moral system, you don't have any kind of health system, political system. It's just chaotic with the barbarians. They did not know about government. Their form of government was the strongest man in our group rule. It's like a wolf pack. It's like a pack of dogs. It ain't no structure. It ain't no government. It's just the strongest, most vicious dog rule the pack. That's how barbarians, that's how they form their societies. You just have a group of people who establish hierarchy based upon the man who can beat everybody ass. He become the man in charge, then the next man who's the best, strongest become under him. The barbarians form their hierarchy with physical strength, not mental wisdom. They don't value knowledge. They value brute force, right? So when the barbarian, let me give a shout out to Quark Ark. I'm sorry, yet I don't like money. Some denominations in particular have gold fever, forcing evil, and it's disgusting. I give money to good people. Shout out to Quark Ark for giving that money to this good person here. I appreciate you, Quark. Hear me out. When the enemy showed up on our land, he had a culture shock. Now you got to put yourself in the mind of a barbarian. All you know is wood shacks with mud rooftops. All you know is eating oatmeal and grits outside, boiling them up in an open fire. All you know is wooden towns made out of wood like the Wild Wild West. All you know is lawlessness. In the barbarian societies, they had hierarchy, but no law, like we got today. We got a bunch of authority and rulers, but the world violent. People are chaotic. It ain't no moral system of law that's keeping our collective at a good moral level. Our world that we live in could be considered hellish, violent. And it's normal because we don't have a spiritual system. We are born in a barbarian world. You have a religion, and a religion is the lack of a spiritual system. What you have is blood sacrifice and a lack of accountability. You have an exemption system, a system that says this person died for me and gonna pay the price for every mistake I make. How are you gonna get better with that? If I tell a child right now, don't learn from your damn mistakes, I ain't even got to tell them don't learn from the mistakes. I can tell that child, hey son, it don't matter if you keep spilling shit on the floor. I'ma pay for it. I'ma just buy a new carpet. Now think about that. You think your son gonna stop spilling juice on the floor if you tell your son, don't worry about it, I'ma just buy a new carpet every time. I'ma pay the price for it. he gonna just keep spilling shit. Daddy'll pay for it. If you tell your son, you spilt that juice, you put a stain on the carpet, you got to clean it up. I'm not gonna buy no new carpet. Now you gonna get down on your knees with this scrubber and you ain't leaving till that stain is 100% removed. I don't want to see none of that stain when you done. I bet you your son won't spill shit else on the carpet. When your son know he got to correct his own wrong and that trouble is easy to get into but hard to correct after the fact, he gonna be very careful of getting into trouble and spilling on that carpet. It's simple logic, but yet we don't take it into religion. We don't, as a collective, we don't apply that knowledge to morality, which is a tragedy. Look at what's happening in the world because of it. So one thing I want to let y'all know, the barbarian, when you got to understand, I'm going to show you a picture real quick, right? Let's show you a picture. Watch this. Here's what the barbarians lived in. They was living in a wooden shacks. And again, they were outlaws. They were diseased. And the only thing they can do good was fight. I'm gonna give y'all something to think about. I'm gonna put some visuals up. Watch this. Here's who we dealing with right here. Let me pull this image up. Pull that up for y'all. Do I still got it? Yeah, right here. This who we dealing with. This was barbarian life. This is the life of a barbarian. You live in these dirty little wooden villages and you train, you fight, you get strong. You don't get smart. You're getting very smart in military techniques, fighting techniques, but spiritual, morality, technology, that was the stuff that the barbarian lacked. So when he showed up in our land, he was strong, he was a good fighter, but he didn't understand about sound, cymatics, the invisible realm, the intricacies that nerds get into, you know, Nikola Tesla type shit. You know, he wasn't that advanced yet, but he was very strong and powerful in military knowledge because the barbarian didn't spend his time tinkering with technology and learning about universal laws. They basically spent their days getting stronger. Like you see today, we got gyms all over the place. We got prisons with weights in them and all that. The barbarian will throw weights at you all day in his society. One thing about barbarian society, people got some pretty bodies, man. When you look at America, people look here, man, you can't lie about us barbarians. We in shape now. Even the small barbarians are cut up and shit. Don't get me to showing my 8-pack now. Listen, us barbarians got the best physique in the world. If you compare an American body to a fucking Himalayan dude, he just a little slim, slender guy. Whereas the average American got a gym membership. Niggas I'm sub to, they work out every day. They don't meditate every day with incense like some monk. So yeah, we can overpower these spiritual people, and that's what we doing. We spent too much of our lives trying to be righteous and spiritual, in my opinion. Now, I can be wrong, and I think I am because I feel something right here when I said that. The ancestors smacked me and said, that's the barbarian part of you, Sanchez, because sometime I be feeling like, damn, man, I love the fact that we were righteous and that we built a utopia, but damn, bro, like we was just soft, my nigga. We had these open societies. Anybody can come. We didn't protect shit with gates and militaries. We would peace and love. And you know what? I'm going to tread lightly where I'm going here because something keep convicting me with this one here. I don't know why I'm feeling like I'm saying something wrong, but it's the truth though. It's like the ancestors telling me, nigga, you talking shit to us. We wasn't soft, nigga. Like, we're bound to the law and they're not. And that's why I'm saying I'm wrong. But somewhere in me, I want to be like, man, why the fuck we weren't able to be fighters and shit like them? But then the voice of the ancestors is saying, because we're immortals and where we come from is where the law come from. The law that the soul beings are following, it don't exist on earth, which is why the people here don't gotta follow it. They will teach you God's chosen people don't have to operate under the law. Drop a one if you've heard that before. I grew up learning that Gentiles got to follow the law, but the children of Israel ain't under the law. They're exempt from the law. And guess what, y'all? That's how they tricked us. When they first came in contact with us, we didn't have to follow the law. Excuse me. We had to follow the law, but they didn't. And they telling you the truth. But you just don't know what the law is because they got you thinking it's God's will. Now, these people are telling you that for why are they telling you that, though? Why do the people in power who are saying that they're God's chosen people, that they don't got to follow God's law, but you do? Think about that, and I'm going to see if you get it. Just think about it. The people that's ruling the world are saying they are God's chosen people, but we ain't got to follow God's law. Let that sink in. Because they're not God's chosen people. God's chosen people are bound to God by the covenant, by the law that's written in our heart. We got to follow the law. They don't. They telling you the truth. But the lie is they ain't God's chosen people. We are. God's chosen people got to follow God's law. That's right. And you got a lot of people pushing the Bible talking about we don't rock with the Old Testament because you the synagogue of Satan. God's chosen people don't rock with the New Testament because that's blood sacrifice and paganism. That's right. Remember now, the people who wrote the Bible didn't know nothing about no Jesus. They didn't know nothing. They only knew about the law. Before Jesus, you just had the law. You either followed the damn law or you didn't. When Jesus came, you either follow Jesus or you don't. It ain't even about the law no more. People will tell you, if you follow the law, but you don't believe Jesus died for your sins, you going to hell. And you can have a person that don't follow the law. They kill, murder, steal, and all that, but they believe Jesus died for their sins. They going to heaven, and Jesus gonna wash away their wrongs with the blood on the cross, the blood sacrifice. You can have a person that ain't never done nothing wrong, meaning they don't even need Jesus' blood because they're not in debt. Think about this. Think. You can have a person walking this earth that never do wrong. So how did they get in debt? They don't need Jesus to pay their debt for them because they didn't make any debt. They didn't do nothing wrong. Yes, they did, Sanchez. They did do something wrong. They didn't believe that Jesus died for their sins.
Come on now, dog.
You can't make this shit up.
Come on, man.
A person would tell you your lack of belief in this pagan blood sacrifice is more evil than a dude that murdered somebody. At least that murderer called on the name of Christ and it forgave him and got on his knees. And people will get round that murderer and they will embrace him And you can be a righteous soul that never done nothing wrong, but you just don't believe in Jesus, and they'll treat you like the murderer. Let that sink in. Because it ain't about being righteous. It's about being part of our barbarian pagan cult. They're not trying to create righteous people. They're trying to create cult members. That's what the papacy is doing. Y'all ain't righteous. You're a member of a cult. It feels right because it's a lot of y'all. When a lot of people doing some wrong shit together, it feels right. It's just the facts. If 10,000 people smoking cigarettes in the crowd, nobody feel like the shit is bad for your health. But let one nigga be the only one smoking cigarettes around 100 more people who coughing like, man, put that out. Suddenly he know, man, I shouldn't be smoking this shit. But if all of us lighten up, oh, it's cool. Most of the world following the broad path and the papacy. And they think it's right because everybody doing it. Our minds naturally have a group way of thinking because it's just common sense. It's like, hey, everybody can't be wrong. Like, that's how our minds think. Our minds will say, Sanchez, so you telling me all these billions of people that believe in Jesus, they wrong and you right. That's what I'm telling you. And guess what? I'm not the only one telling you that. The Bible telling you that. The Bible telling you most of the people in the world are being led astray by the devil. I'm not the only one telling you that. It's just that y'all don't follow the Bible. You follow the papacy. You follow the slave master. You follow the blood sacrifice and the New Testament. You follow the Antichrist. If you followed the Bible, you would know that you're a member of the synagogue of Satan and that you're part of the world. How you following Christ and Christ was against the world? Everything that was popular in the world, Christ taught the opposite. If Christ was in the world today, he'll be saying the earth flat, we didn't go to the moon, September 11 didn't happen. Christ is gonna do everything that the authority don't want you to do. He gonna be a headache. That's what he was. The earthly authority was teaching that heaven is in the sky. Christ was teaching heaven is in your heart. The earthly authority was teaching that humans are filthy mortals. Christ said ye are gods. Christ didn't die for your sins. Christ died because he was rebellious. That's right. And if you follow in Christ, this world will be crucifying you too. Not clapping for you. Not rewarding you because you part of the sheeple. You part of the big crowd. This world claps for you when you get baptized. If you wake up and put a post on your Facebook wall, thank the Lord for waking me up, man, the man upstairs. Everybody loves that, man. To see a black man bend his knees to a white foreign god or a fucking Middle Eastern god named Allah. The world hate niggas like me because they call niggas like me, you think you know it all, you think you're bigger than God, you blasphemous, you full of ego, and you following the evil ass ancestors who didn't have all the answers. If they had all the answers, Sanchez, where they at now? Where did your ancestors' gods get them, Sanchez? Because look at where Jesus got his people today, in mega churches, in private yachts and on jets, world conquest. And when you look at it, they got a point, man. The shit that I'm standing on is a conquered empire, a failed empire. But because it was conquered, does it mean it was wrong? Does it mean they didn't have the truth? Just because somebody beat me up, does that mean I don't know what I'm talking about? But see, because if you think like that, you're a barbarian. You equate strength with brute force. The man that can win a fight must be the best man. Yeah, maybe he can beat me up, but that don't mean his idea was the correct idea. It just meant he was stronger than me physically, but not mentally or spiritually. But the world we in today, the man who is physically the strongest, he assumes hierarchy over spirituality, your mind, and everything. So now you got these strong ass people in charge who believe in blood sacrifice, and they ain't trying to make righteous people. They trying to make strong soldiers to help them fight and go on world conquest. They're trying to recruit believers. This religious system, it creates cult members, not righteous people. Shout out to Steele's Juice. Brother Sanchez is my spirit animal. That's crazy. That's right. Appreciate the love. Damn. But I want to give y'all something before we open up the lines. The Barbarians saw what we built. Let me show you some here. Look at this. This is what they grew up in. This is all they know. Look at this environment. Somebody get hurt, you got to cut on them and put, we had medical procedures that was better and all that. It was just horrible to live in this society. You had to be tough and strong as a barbarian. Now, they lived in wooden, beat up little towns, and when they established themselves in America, they was building with wood for years, even in the wild, wild west. But while they was building with wood, guess what, y'all? We had stone monuments all around the world. The people that took over wasn't working with stone. So what am I telling you? When they showed up in our land, you got to try to put yourself in the barbarian shoes at what that must have been like. These people probably thought they landed in another world. Imagine that. Imagine as a baby, all I know is this. This all I know. And one day we get on our ships and we go exploring. Think about what I'm telling you now. We enter an age of exploration after the world had already civilized every land. I keep telling you, I don't know where the fuck these people come from because they showed up acting new when everyone else was familiar with everything. Think about how weird this is now. This is the mystery of these people. Why I think that they were bred underground. They are humanoids, some about them, but they don't got a soul, which means they are some kind of artificial humanoid, because your humanity literally comes from the fact that you are a sentient being. So if you don't have a soul, technically you ain't even human. You're some kind of cyborg, robot, humanoid, drone. But that's what you would be if you don't have free will. If you don't got free will, you are a robot, a hive mind, an NPC. You're a puppet on a string. You killing and stealing, but it ain't me doing it. Something that's controlling me. I'm a robot, right? So these people operate like transhumans, like non-human entities. And they have waged a war against humanity and free will, right? Which makes me think that they're not like us. It's something about them. They're a different type of being than us. But let me give another shout out to Steele's Juice. I know it's taken me a while to open up the lines, but y'all know we do long lives. I've been missing for a while, so I'm making up for all that time. Now, I do want to get this is kind of embarrassing, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm not too proud to beg. What I need y'all to do is hit the Cash App. Why do I need y'all to do that? Because people, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Everybody hit the super chat, but the Cash App comes directly. And I said to myself, I need to start back promoting the Cash App because Google takes a lot of percentage out of these super chats, and they do help. I appreciate you. Keep them coming. But I wanted to plug, and this, I've been live for 4 hours, and I just mentioned the Cash App. I said that I was going to start this show, but oh well, we'll remember in the next stream. But that's what I want to do because it'll be better. But I'm not forcing you. I know y'all like super chat. I'm just promoting it as another option. We also got that other thing people told me to get. No, it ain't Zelle, it's Chime. Chime. I got Chime now too. So thanks for the people who hit me on that. But let me get back to this, man, because I'm finna blow y'all away with this. Let's go back to our story. So when the barbarian saw these big stone cities, guess what, y'all? He was culturally shocked. Think about it. The barbarian didn't know nothing but disease, warfare. And then he entered these classy Victorian cities. And the people there is looking at him like, wow, these people are new to the world. Because the world was the free will network that we have built around the earth. That's what we call the world. If you was not living in Tartaria or one of these civilized utopias, far as we concerned, you was living outside of the world, or you was secluded in some little isolated barbarian society. And that's what you had. You had these isolated pockets of societies that were just lawless, uncivilized. And these cultures was new to the world, meaning, and I can't tell you, that's the mystery, because these people was entering these societies for the first time. And it's weird because their age of exploration comes way after the world was already explored. So it's like when you're reading history and you're in the age of exploration, it's false. What they're called an age of exploration is when the barbarians started to explore and they started to assimilate in these advanced societies and learn from them and adopt their ways. We basically took these barbarians, put them in nice robes and suits, gave them a Bible, a spiritual system. We made them classy. We made them bougie. The people in power, when we met them, they did not know luxury and class. They did not know Victoria. They didn't know why this statue is beautiful, because they didn't have art, like art and crafts and music. We valued stuff like that in Tartaria. We was into art, music and sound, and these people was just into conquest, man. When they came in contact with us, we was literally giving them stuff they never heard of, like music, art, spirituality. This shit was new to the barbarians, man. And guess what? Our ancestors were so happy to tame them and teach them. We thought we was fixing these people and cleaning them up. And meanwhile, these people were saying, we gonna take over all this shit. We gonna figure this out, and we gonna take this. We're literally telling ourselves we're taming these barbarians. Boy, we weren't taming them folks. They was hiding their ways, acting like they one of us. And they was waiting for the right time to show their true colors and take over. When these folks showed up to our land, they realized something over time. And this the part that's gonna hit your heart. You know what they wanted from us, y'all? Our legacy. With everything else they took, they wanted our servitude, they wanted our free will, they want our souls. But guess what? They want your legacy. The reason that's important, so you can tap into what was going on. Because what do I mean by legacy? When these filthy, stinking barbarians showed up to our land, we civilized them and we tried to tame them and clean them up, put them in nice clothes. You know, we tried to tame these filthy barbarians. And we did. We cleaned them up. We taught them music. We taught them science, math. We gave them God consciousness. We did that. But you know what happened? The barbarians sat back and they said to themselves, when time passed, we're going to go down in history as the filthy people that crawled up from out of wood shacks, and the gods had to help us out. The barbarians had to look in the mirror and say, we're going to be remembered in history forever as the people who didn't have a spiritual system, the people who didn't have a law, the people who didn't even know about music, science, and art. You got to think about this, folks. When the barbarians showed up to these advanced societies, they had a culture shock. It let them realize how de-evolved they were. The barbarian did not know how messed up he was until he saw these advanced people. Then he looked at himself differently. He said, damn, I'm a monster. See, the barbarian did not know he was a monster until he saw the gods. And he said, damn, look at them and look at me. And when we upgraded him, that wasn't enough, because he said, people still gonna remember me as that filthy ass barbarian who was stanky, diseased, didn't know nothing about music, didn't know nothing about art. Now, people, would you want that to be your legacy? No. That's why the barbarians stole our history and gave us his. Now, when people talk about our people, they say we were dumb, primitive folks who were fighting. We were barbaric. We were fighting each other. We were violent. We were doing blood sacrifices to evil pagan gods. We were stanky, smelly. We didn't know about music and art. And guess what, y'all? That ain't our history. That's their history. Guess what? They stole our legacy. I'm going to tell you, one of the most tough things, bro, that they stole from us was our legacy. I really believe stealing our land and all that comes second. Stealing our legacy is the most crucial thing they stole. Because when they stole that, now we don't know who we are. Our history was deleted so that they can have it. Everything they teach about themselves is true for us. And they say that they gave us morality, music, art. These folks, how the fuck the barbarian had time to master sound and to make minor notes and major notes when he fucking on conquest? People, listen at me now. These people were the best fighters in the world. You got to give them that. But to say that they were the best, that they were also the creators of music, spirituality, math, science, you giving them too much. Can't nobody master everything. Now, yes, they mastered military warfare, but we were the masters of science, music, morality. And if you look at these people, you know that they weren't the masters of that, because what are they good at today? Conquest. Conquest. Shout out to Peasy. Peasy, thank you for the dub. That's love, man. Look around you now. They telling you they created music, art, science, and all that. But guess what? Who make the best music today? Who make the best art? Have you ever seen a Jew with a black top hat on paint a fucking picture? These people ain't good at nothing but money, finance, banking, and capitalism. Conquest. They don't have no other fucking talents. Tell me I'm lying. That's right. These folks want to convince the world they created everything. And because of that, where does that leave us? With nothing. If they created music, science, and every fucking thing, what was we doing? Let them tell it, scratching our ass, acting like monkeys. We didn't have music, science, spirituality, nothing till the white man enslaved us. You know what's crazy about that? Let's tell it in reverse so we can hear the truth. The white man didn't have music, science, or art, or morality until we befriended him. You see the difference? Everything is flipped backwards. They inverted history. Let me show you how it's inverted. They teach you that our people would not have music, art, science, morality. They teach you we wouldn't have none of that if we weren't enslaved by them. But the truth is that they wouldn't have none of that if we didn't befriend them in the first place. If they don't tell you that lie, then you would always try to revolt against them. The enemy got to give you a reason to justify your fucking enslavement. And the enemy said, yeah, I took your shit. Yeah, I did that. I stole your shit. I killed your people, but your people was heathens anyway. Your people was evil anyway. Your people was already full of diseases and killing each other anyway. So me killing your people and giving you diseases, y'all was killing each other anyway. That's how the barbarian do you. They still do us like that. Tell me I'm lying. When a police shoot a black man, guess what all the racist white folks say? Y'all kill each other anyway. The barbarian feel like he can kill you because you kill you. I can take over your land because you evil. But bro, you taking over my land is evil. But that's the way of the barbarian. The barbarian is saying, I got to rule over you because you don't know how to behave yourself. But in order for you to rule over me, you got to not behave yourself. You got to kill niggas and burn niggas alive. It's hypocritical. The barbarian said you are naturally evil. You're inherently evil while conquering your land. Because the barbarian can't look in the mirror and say, I'm a piece of shit and I'm a thief. He got to say, I'm carrying out the will of God. These people need me to enslave them, because if I don't make them a slave, they ain't gonna know how to dance, baby. Come on now. Hey, got to give these people some music and some art. Hey man, they need a Bible. Now let's go kill them. Let's go. Hey, teach them how to dance. Yeah, man, that's the only reason they was killing us, because they wanted to teach you. See how sick the barbarian is? I'm going to tell you something about me. If a person want to go on world conquest, guess what? Do that. I'm not going to agree with it. I'm a revolt against it. But bro, I'm going to tell you what I can't stand. If a nigga do something and don't want to take accountability, bro, quit telling me you did it for this reason or that reason. You did it because you greedy and you evil, nigga. Let's keep the shit real. That's right. Well, we enslaved you because y'all didn't have no shoes on and we wanted to give you shoes. You could have gave me the shoes without hanging me on a fucking tree. We enslaved your people because they didn't have Jesus and we wanted to give them Jesus. So you wanted to give us the Prince of Peace by performing war. Let that sink in. Let me give your people Jesus because they ain't got him. And instead of you giving me Jesus, you force Jesus on me with brute force. So you're gonna give me the Prince of Peace by hanging me and burning me alive. That's fucking interesting. So the enemy wanted our legacy. The enemy said, listen, think about this, right? I'm gonna give y'all another analogy. Let's say you a pimp, right? You a fly ass nigga. You raised from a whole family of pimping. Everything about you is top of the line fly shit, right? And you befriend a homeless man. Some men you say, you know what? I like this nigga. He live on the streets, he ain't got shit, right? Shout out to Steele's Juice. Did the Israelites take over Egypt first or Rome? The Israelites didn't take over none. All that history is false. That's a story. The Israelites ain't even a army that went over taking over shit. The barbarians are the ones went over taking over stuff. The Israelites was minding their business meditating. We the Israelites. Again, everything in reversed. But like I was saying, right? Pimpin' looks at this homeless man and he says, you know what? I'm going to clean this brother up. I'm going to move him in a house. I'm going to get him a car. I'm going to buy this nigga a wardrobe and I'm going to put him on with a job. Now, okay, I put this homeless man on. This homeless man get rich. He start getting popular and famous. And the people are interviewing this homeless man. He ain't homeless now, he rich as hell. And they saying, how did you get to where you at? And he try to rewrite history because he don't want to admit to the world he was a homeless ass straddler on the street until I came and picked him up on his feet. That's ego. Some of y'all know some people like that. You help them out, you make them a better person, you change their whole life for the better. And they don't thank you for it. In fact, they turn on you because you gonna expose their lie and their new legacy, the new history they trying to forge for themselves. The homeless man should say, man, I was homeless. I was sleeping on the ground and brother Sanchez gave me a chance. But guess what the homeless man gonna say? I was sleeping on the ground. I didn't know how I was gonna make it. And I was praying to Jesus and Jesus gave me a sign and look at where I'm at today. I told y'all I'm a comedian. I told y'all I'm a comedian. But it's the truth though. I'm really Jesus to that nigga. I was his savior. But ego, a man rather thank God than another man. Ego is what keep this barbaric system going. Cause a nigga rather say, man, I was praying every day and God blessed me, man, a miracle happened. A nigga rather say that than guess what? This brother helped me out when I was down. He put me on. A nigga don't want to do that, man. He don't want to have to say, I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for this brother right here. Humans supposed to help each other get to where we want to go. But they've trained us that something wrong with that. Like you too full of ego to admit that you got help from somebody. And that's basically why the barbarian, one of the reasons he had to steal our legacy too. And had to, because what happened is you take a homeless man, you put him on his feet, and let's say he started doing better than you. Now, when people ask him, hey man, we heard that you wouldn't even be where you at if it wasn't for this brother. Man, that's a lie. That nigga didn't help me out. Matter of fact, I helped that nigga out. That's what the barbarian did. The barbarian was diseased. He had no moral system. And then he met us and we made him a better person. We put him on. And now when it's his time to tell history, he lie and give a new history. He don't even mention the gods. He wiped us out and deleted us from history. When people say, how did you get where you at today? How did you get up here on top? Guess what he say? God did it. It was God's will. No, it was your will to take somebody's stuff and steal it. It was your will to destroy the lands of the gods and claim it for your own. But they rewrote history and they said it was God's will, and they gave y'all the Bible and they told a different story on how they ended up in power. And that story starts with them being slaves in Egypt. And from there, they get kicked out of Egypt and they go around the world trying to take the land that God promised them in the book. Mind you, everything about a promised land was written out the law. So you got to look at the Bible for what it is. Bullshit. Because check it out. How is it that when they was promising the children of Israel land, they was writing these stories when the New Testament was being written, but this shit's in the Old Testament? Because the Roman scribes was revising the Old Testament so that when they bring in the New Testament, it won't look like night and day. The Old Testament and New Testament is two different Bibles. The Old Testament is our Bible and our law system. But they revised that Old Testament to tell that old story of the law with new characters, new whitewashed characters. And those new characters in the book was saying, hey, one day there's gonna be a dude named Jesus Christ come. They was prophesying the coming of Christ in the Old Testament. But when you read the King James Bible and you're reading the Old Testament, you're not realizing that was revised too. When the real law wasn't written, when they tried to write the law into a book, they created the Old Testament because they had to fill in the gap of history that they deleted. Everyone know that the whole world was under a law system before blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice is the newest shit on earth. The oldest spiritual systems had laws like the laws of Ma'at, the Hermetic principles, universal laws, dude. So how do you teach future generations how we get to blood sacrifice today? You got to rewrite the Old Testament. You got to now talk about the law. You need an explanation for how humans went from the law to believing in blood sacrifice. And the Old Testament is just the barbarian giving you an excuse to why we don't follow the law no more. He revived the Old Testament was never the way it is now. The Old Testament was the Bible. I'm trying to teach y'all something. They teach us that the enemy gave us the Bible. What I'm teaching y'all is that when the enemy showed up, he didn't have a moral system. And when we tried to give him spirituality, we realized spirituality is tricky with the barbarian. That's why I said they don't have a spirit, because spirituality isn't applicable for them. So what we did, we created a watered down spirituality called religion. And we gave that to the barbarian. We didn't have a book of do's and don'ts. We're not dumb as hell. We know what's right from wrong. You ain't got to write it in a fucking book. Don't do this and don't do that. We wrote the Bible, which was the Old Testament law system for the barbarian. And we didn't write no New Testament. The first Bible that was written was the Old Testament of us giving the barbarian the laws to follow, because he needed the shit to be wrote down, because apparently he don't have a guilty consciousness. We didn't need no damn Old Testament. We gave them the law, which was the Old Testament, and guess what they told us when we gave them the Bible? This shit too hard, man. Thou shalt not kill. That we can't follow this shit. They gave us the shit back, and we told them, listen, ain't no way around the law. You either follow this shit or you be condemned. And guess what the barbarian said? We'll show you God something. We're gonna outsmart this shit. And the barbarian revised the law and rewrote the system and came with the New Testament that replaced the law and got us now with the blood sacrifice, even though Jesus said, I didn't come to abolish the law. They didn't give us no Bible. We wrote the Bible for them and they didn't like it, so they revised it. Now you got two books in one and both of them in conflict with each other. Some said over here, it's a contradiction over here and vice versa, because the barbarian didn't like the truth in that Old Testament. And so he took that law that we gave him and he turned it into a story about how God said we don't got to follow the law no more because Jesus died for us. But in order for him to come with the New Testament, he had to revise the Old Testament. He had to come with a new history to explain why we not under the law no more. And that's basically the whole purpose of the Old Testament. It's an excuse to say why we're now into paganism, because the law was too hard. God, now think about this. If God know the future, wouldn't God know that the law he put on us would be too hard? Come on now, people. Come on now and hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, hit the like, because you know this shit right here ain't nothing but truth bombs, bro. You know it ain't nothing but truth bombs. Peep game now. Peep game now. Thank you. Come on in so you can move that. Open that up, all that up. I want to smoke with y'all. You know it ain't nothing but truth bombs, people. Peep game. If God know the future, wouldn't he know that the law he put on us was going to be too hard? Now watch how deep this go. Why would God compromise the law with blood sacrifice when the Bible tells us that God won't put too much on us that we can't bear? That's in the Bible. It tells you in the Bible God will never put so much on you that you can't bear. Basically, the scripture tells us that God knows our limitations. God knows what you can handle and can't handle. So God would never put the law on you if you couldn't follow it. Peep game now. I'm killing them with their own Bible, y'all. I don't got to go outside the Bible to show these folks that they in error. I can use the book they're subscribed to show them they wrong. Now, peep game here now. God ain't gonna put too much on you that you can't bear. But yet God put the law on us and saw that we couldn't bear it. So God said, you know what? Give me that law back. Fuck the law. I'm gonna send my son. He gonna die for your ass. And now you can do wrong and get away with it. Just wash it with the blood. Would God do that? If I know my son capable of something, would I allow him to compromise? I'm gonna push him forward. Like if God put the law on us, God obviously saw we were capable of following it. And God ain't gonna see us capable of following the law and make us live beneath our potential. He ain't gonna make it easy for you. You wouldn't even do that for your own children. Once you know your son is capable of something, you ain't gonna let him compromise and go and settle for less than that. You ain't gonna do it. So God know we was capable of following the law, but then he said, no, that shit too hard for him. just give them a blood sacrifice. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. The people who was struggling with the law are the outlaws. And again, people, buccaneer, pirate, excuse me, hold on. Buccaneer, pirate, raider. All of these are synonyms for outlaw, vandal. Okay? Hun, which is the root word of hunter. You see what I'm saying? All of these, go get you a thesaurus, man. Go get you a thesaurus and look up synonyms for barbarian. Guess what you're gonna find? Outlaw. So the people that was going around the world on conquest had to do it by operating outside the law of karma. They had to be lawless ones. And that's what I keep telling y'all about people who are outlaws or barbarians or pagans. They are into blood sacrifice. Why was there no blood sacrifice in the Old Testament? In fact, the Christians in the Old Testament was looking at the pagans sacrificing shit to Moloch, and they was condemning it. Tell me I'm lying. Go read the Old Testament. The Christians in the Old Testament was talking shit about the pagan people for doing sacrifices. And then you get to the New Testament, they doing a fucking blood sacrifice. The question is, how the hell was Christians talking shit about pagan blood sacrifices and ended up being the biggest religion with the biggest blood sacrifice in it? How did Christianity go from looking down on blood sacrifice to blood sacrifice now being the most important central theme of Christianity? So much so, if they say, if you living good and doing and being righteous, but you don't believe that Christ died for your sins, you going to hell. You can be a killer and a murderer. And if you believe Christ died for you, your sins will be removed. So that mean you're going to have an evil ass world full of believers. And that's what we got. And that kind of system, ain't nobody going to try to be good. They just going to try to be a believer. If in our world, we told people, if you ain't going to be good, you going to hell. In their world, they teach people, if you don't believe in Jesus, you going to hell. It ain't even about doing good. It's about your belief. And they tell you that. They tell you your good deeds ain't going to get you in heaven. It's your belief in the blood sacrifice. That's paganism, nigga. Because our ancestors taught just the opposite. Our ancestors said your actions speaks louder than anything you do. So choose wisely, because your actions gonna be judged. Fuck what you saying. Fuck what you believe in. Your actions speak louder. These folks saying just the opposite. They saying your actions don't matter. Your words and your belief do. Come on now, bro. Even in the real world, we know that's bull. Even when you dealing with me in real life, I care more about what you do than what you say and what you believe. Because a nigga can say, I believe in world peace while killing every day. Fuck what you believe. I'm looking at your actions. The people that took our land said that they believed in righteousness while they was hanging us on trees. But now you got a system today that says, fuck your actions, what you believe in. Do you believe in Jesus? You don't believe in Jesus? Stupid motherfuckers. Shit been inverted, man. And it's so crazy, right? You can have a serial killer that's saying, I'm struggling. I have a problem, man. Like, I know I kill a lot, but I love Jesus. Jesus working with me. Jesus is in my heart, man. And I'm so sorry. Guess what? People will go cry with him. They will hold his shoulder and say, the Lord forgives you. The Lord forgives you, brother. Come on, man. Jesus loves you. They'll clap. Hey, clap for this brother. Now listen, you can have another person that never done nothing wrong in their life, but they say, I don't believe in Jesus, and they'll look at them niggas like they're satanic. Don't touch me. But they will embrace a PDF file who says, I didn't mean to do it. Forgive me, Jesus. Hey, man, everybody can come and be forgiven to Christ. We don't care what you did. How many kids did you kill? It doesn't matter now. You're my brother because you believe in Christ. It's forgiven. Don't worry about it. Come on over here, man, and sit down. I can walk up in there and say, hey, I fed 10,000 kids yesterday, but I don't believe in Jesus. And they gonna run me up out of there. Cause why? It don't matter about your good deeds. They're not trying to create good people. They're trying to recruit cult members to help them go on conquest and to consent to Zionism and to turn over free will.